And we welcome you to University of Iowa softball broadcasting this afternoon from the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, Nebraska. The Hawks out here challenging the Nebraska Cornhuskers that come into this game with an 8-0 Big Ten record. They are the tops in the Big Ten right now. Got an awesome offense and a pretty good defense to go with their 8-0 record. That'll cause some fits for the Hawks, but the Hawks are coming in a young team, but they are really starting to play as better and better all the time. They're 18-18 overall, and their conference record is 1-8. Nebraska 28-9 and 8-0 in the Big Ten Conference. I'm Jerry Koala. Got the broadcast for you here this afternoon from the University of Nebraska. We got lots of activity going on. The Hawks coming off of a series against the Minnesota Gophers on the weekend, in which they won the first game on Friday and come from behind fashion by the score of 9-8, and then lost the game on Saturday in 8 innings by the score of 5-2, and on Sunday they lost game number 3 by the score of 10-2. And it kind of fell apart there midway through that Sunday game for Iowa, but they always are bouncing back. They're just a young squad again, really learning how to play this level of softball, and they're up against a pretty mighty Nebraska softball team today as we get things started from Lincoln, Nebraska, and it is Briley Klosterman stepping into the left-handed batter's box. She looks at the first pitch from Courtney Wallace and right to second base. And Briley Klosterman is down 1 pitch in. It's a ground out. Playing second base for Nebraska, Cam Ybarra. She's been a veteran. She's a senior. Billy Andrews is their leading individual player, but they've got a number of players that can hit the ball from at the plate, and they play pretty solid defense. Courtney Wallace is in the circle today for Nebraska. She is making her 17th start, 21st appearance. She's completed 7 games, 99 in the third innings that she has pitched, 115 hits she's given up, 55 runs, 51 of them earned, 45 walks, and 71 strikeouts. She's facing Nia Carter presently. Nia Carter, the left-hander from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Made her way all the way out here. She's had really a nice career for the University of Iowa. Been a very steady performer. Here's the 2-0 that now becomes 3 balls and no strikes to her for Nia Carter. She comes in with a .431 average, 47 hits and 109 at bats. She has scored 18 runs, hit a couple of doubles, couple of triples on the season. And she's ahead in the count of 3 balls and no strikes. Courtney Wallace, no stranger to awards. She, all Big Tenner from a year ago. She was a second-team all-region pitcher for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And here is the 3-1. Now becomes 3 balls and 2 strikes on Nia Carter. Courtney Wallace, again with a 9-7 record, 2.84 ERA. And the count is 3-2, a full count. Pretty brisk wind out of the west-northwest today. They're anticipating some rain. Here's one that's lifted just over the top of the shortstop. Billy Andrews gets away from the left fielder, but Nia Carter does not attempt to go from first to second. And with 1 out, Nia Carter with an opposite field hit just over the top of the glove of Billy Andrews, the sophomore, sensational sophomore defender that Nebraska has. Courtney Wallace, as we talk about, a junior out of Omaha, prepping at Papillon La Vista High School. Now she's facing Tristan Doster. Tristan Doster, a freshman catcher, starting again behind the plate today. Has had herself quite a season as a freshman, stepping right into the role, and she's ahead of the count at 2 balls and no strikes. 1 out, no score. Iowa in its first at bat. Tristan Doster A .314 average, 22 hits and 70 at-bats, 5 doubles, a triple, and 5 home runs she has hit. Here is the 2-0. She puts on the ground to Billy Andrews. They get the force at second and turn the double play on Tristan Doster. Billy Andrews going to her left, getting the force on Nia Carter at second, and then it's on to first to complete the double play. For the University of Nebraska, they are no stranger to turning double plays on the season. That is their 46th of the season for Nebraska. Well, we played a half an inning. Iowa did get a runner on in Nia Carter on a base hit, and that's as far as they go. Nebraska comes to the plate in the bottom of the first inning. It's Iowa and Nebraska scoreless through the first half inning.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit epson.com/TV to learn more.
Well, we welcome you to University of Iowa softball here on this Tuesday afternoon. It happens, actually a couple of years ago, the Hawkeyes traveled out to Lincoln again. That was back in the 2018 season. That's the last time that Nebraska has hosted the University of Iowa. That also was in a doubleheader. And that was a game that they split. Iowa won the first game, and then Nebraska with the second game win on that in that doubleheader. And that's the last time that the two have met in Nebraska. Brianna Vasquez will start in the circle for the Iowa Hawkeyes. And for Vasquez, this is her 21st start and 24th appearance. 5 complete games. She's pitched 86 innings. Given up 107 hits. Facing Billy Andrews, the leading home run hitter in the league, but not the best part of her game is that she can just put the ball in play and does so very well. She was one of 2 freshmen a year ago who made the first team All Big Ten softball team. So her talents are very good. Here's one that's inside out on her from Brianna Vasquez, so it's a 1-1 count on Billy Andrews, the sophomore, playing shortstop. Andrews, a .391 hitter coming into the game with 45 hits, 115 at-bats. A couple of doubles, a triple, and she with 17 runs batted in. And the count at 1-1. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez, that is, that Billy Andrews will get around on and foul it into the backstop. Andrews, I said 17 runs batted in. She has 17 home runs and 41 runs batted in. So she's just a complete softball player and just a sophomore, and she's from Omaha, so not far away from Lincoln. Here is the 1-2. That's down and away, and she doesn't chase it. So for Billy Andrews, she leads the Big Ten in many categories at the plate. Hits, runs, home runs. Here's one that she lifts up into the air. Coming down the first base line is Kalena Burns, and she overruns it, but the wind certainly had a role in where it landed behind her about 6 feet because it's a very brisk wind. As the ball gets up into the air, you can see Kalena Burns coming down, and all of a sudden she just overruns it. So Billy Andrews will remain at the plate for this at-bat. Set the sophomore record for home runs, most home runs in a season with 17, and she hasn't even finished her sophomore season yet, has a long way to go. And now she has a utility problem. I think she got some sand or something in her eye. That the umpire allowed her to go wash it out, and now she's getting herself back into the right-handed batter's box. Billy Andrews Here is the pitch to her that she'll foul off down the right field line. So for Brianna Vasquez, again, her 21st game started, 86 innings pitched, 107 hits, 67 runs, 57 of them earned, a 4.64 ERA. 43 batters walks, 73 strikeouts. Here's a pitch again that Billy Andrews will foul back. She tough at the plate. Going to make Brianna Vasquez earn every bit of every pitch that she throws, which I think, Brianna will use to her advantage. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore shortstop, Billy Andrews. Here's one this one will be lifted up into fair play. Now it's floating back from second base to right field, and Nia Carter coming in. That's a lot like we saw last weekend in the Minnesota series, where that wind, once that ball gets up high in the air, that wind will catch it and push it. It pushed it from a regular infield fly out from second base all the way out to right field, and that's a big out, folks, here, especially with the league's almost leading hitter. She is the number 11 hitter in the league with a .391 average. That'll bring up Cam Ybarra. Ybarra, the number 3 hitter on the team, at .360 with 41 hits, 114 at-bats. Here's another one that's lifted up into the air just outside of second base into center field, and the wind carried it far enough where Sophia Maras can't get a chance to reach out and catch it. Here's another pitch from Brianna Vasquez, and it just pushes Sophia Maras out, and I think she was waiting for somebody like Briley Klosterman to come in and call her off, and it didn't happen, so the single falls in between Sophia Maras and Briley Klosterman. Sydney Gray comes to the plate for Nebraska. Here's the first pitch that's off the plate. Sydney Gray, a sophomore, batting .328, 39 hits, 119 at-bats, 6 doubles, a triple, and 8 home runs. Every batter in the lineup for Nebraska has at least 1 home run. Here's one that she hits hard right to Sophia Maras, and just beyond the reach of her, going to her left. So that's back-to-back singles for Nebraska in this bottom of the first inning. She went with the pitch. Brianna put it out there on the outside part of the plate, and the inside-out swing very hard to Nia Carter. She picked it up and immediately rifled it into second base where Grace Baines was covering, but not in time to get Cam Ybarra. So that'll bring up Maya Felder. Now, Maya Felder, an interesting story, a transfer from the University of Oregon. And Felder, the number 2 hitter on the team, she's 12th in the league with a .389 average. She's got 37 hits and 95 at-bats, 5 doubles, and 3 home runs. She has teammates on at first and second. Here is the first pitch to her right down the middle. It's called strike 1. So no balls and 1 strike on Maya Felder. Had 27 starts at first base this year. Here is the 0-1 tour that she lifts out into the outfield. And it'll get up into the air, and there's Riley Sheehy to make the catch and quickly back into the infield to be sure that Cam Ybarra doesn't advance any. So it's 2 gone in Nebraska's bottom of the first inning. Brings up Abby Squire. Abby Squire, sophomore, left fielder, number 5 hitter in the lineup for Nebraska. She's batting .349, 38 hits and 109 at-bats, 4 doubles and 7 home runs. She has slugged this year. Here's the first pitch from Brianna Vasquez. Called strike 1 on the inside corner. Squire hit the first 2 career home runs as a Nebraska player at the Unidome in their first softball outing this year back in early February. Here's one that she hits to the left side, to the right side of second base, gets past Sophia Maras again, and out into right field where Nia Carter quickly advances, picks it up, and on the throw home to try to get Cam Ybarra at the plate a little bit late on the tag, and it'll be a single. And on the throw, Sydney Gray goes to third base, and Abby Squire now will end up at at second base. And so with a 1-0 lead for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, they have runners at second and third and 2 out. Just has a couple of good line shots towards second base and just to the left of Sophia Maras for the Hawks. And here's the first pitch to Ava Breadwell, freshman catcher. Ava Breadwell batting .298, 17 hits and 57 at-bats. That's just her 24th start in 30 games. Again, they've played 37. They're 28-9 coming into the game with an 8-0 Big Ten record. Here is the 1-0 that she lifts right over top of Grace Baines at shortstop and into the outfield. And Bradley Klosterman will quickly get it into the infield, but not before Sydney Gray scores. And Abby Squire scores from second base. And with the single by Ava Breadwell, Nebraska now with a 3-0 lead. They're hitting the ball at the plate. This is a team with an average of .313, which is second best in the Big Ten at .313. So they put the ball in play. Now it's the left-hander, Caitlin Neal. Neal will look at a pitch that's up and away from her. So it's ball one. 1 ball and no strikes on Caitlin Neal. Neal comes in with a .263 average, 15 hits and 57 at-bats, 4 doubles, a triple, and 1 home run. She has the least amount of home runs of any in the batting lineup for Nebraska with 1. And, of course, the leader is Billy Andrews, who has 17. But the Hawks did a nice job to get her out in her first at-bat. Runner at first, 2 balls and no strikes on Caitlin Neal. Brianna Vasquez in the circle for the Hawks. Transfer from Central Florida. Spent 3 years in Central Florida. And here's the 3-0, and now becomes 3 balls and 1 strike. Nebraska with 3 runs in this bottom of the first inning. Have the number 7 hitter in the lineup at the plate. Here's the 3-1 from Brianna Vasquez. A pitch that she gets up and underneath out into right center field, and a great play, diving catch by Briley Klosterman to end the Nebraska bottom of the first inning. But they pick up 3 runs on 4 hits. They leave a runner. We'll head into the top of the second inning. When the Hawks come to the plate, it'll be Kalena Burns, Denali Lecker, and Riley Sheehy. 3-0 Nebraska over Iowa in Iowa Hawkeye and Big Ten softball.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home brokenhearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Iowa City Tire and Service is a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. So in the series between the Hawks and the Nebraska Cornhuskers, as we go back and look at history between these two, it goes all the way back to 1979, in which Nebraska won the first game, that at home. They won the first 2 games. The second one was at a neutral place. And then they've played since that time all the way up through. Well, they skipped 8 years. Played in 1990, which Nebraska won. Played in 91, 93, 97, 98 twice. And in 1999. Skipped a couple of years between 3 and 5. And then between 2006 and 2012, there was a 6-year absence. And that's when Nebraska got into the Big Ten, and they have played every year since. Nebraska leads the series at 22-18. They're 8-2 in Lincoln, 9-8 in Iowa City, 3-4 at neutral sites. So it's been a good series between these two. Last year, the Hawks won 3 of 4 against Nebraska in Iowa City. That's when Nebraska had, I think, half a dozen of their best players not behaving appropriately, and so they were left home for that entire series. Courtney Wallace in the circle for Nebraska. 1-1 count on Kalena Burns. She swings and misses. Kalena on a 5-game hitting streak goes back to the last game of Maryland. Through the Drake game and all 3 of the Minnesota games where she had 2 hits, and they were both home runs in game 1 last Friday, and a single hit in each of the next 2 games, one of them a triple. Here's one that she hits to the opposite side, and doing a nice job of stretching out, diving to the ground is Sydney Gray at first base, and she will step on first to end Kalena Burns. That'll bring up Denali Lecker. Lecker combining her talents this year. She's getting a lot of innings pitched, not pitching today, at least not as of yet. As a hitter, she comes in with a .275 average, 25 hits and 91 at-bats, 3 doubles, a triple, and 5 home runs she's hit. Had a couple of hits, actually 1 hit in the Minnesota game. Didn't play in the 3rd game of the series. She got a hit in the Drake game, which was a home run, the solo home run that gave the Hawks the 3-2 lead and eventual win. Ahead in the count at 1 ball to no strikes. Here she gets around on one, a high hopper to third base. And across the diamond, Sydney Gray, and that will end Denali Lecker in this top of the 2nd inning. Brings up the senior Riley Sheehy. Riley Sheehy comes into the game hitting .236, 13 hits and 55 at-bats. The left-hander facing Courtney Wallace takes a good cut at the first pitch. No extra base hits to speak of this year for Riley Sheehy, the senior from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Though has hit safely in 3 of her last 5 games. So kind of getting into a rhythm of things. Down on the count, no to Courtney Wallace. Here's the 0-1 tour that does it hit that inside corner. It does. Home plate umpire rings her up. So that's no balls and 2 strikes. Riley from Newtown, Pennsylvania, just west of Trenton, New Jersey, and northeast of Philly, about an hour. Interesting travel to get to the University of Iowa. Here is the 0-2 that she'll foul down the left field line. She started her career at the University of South Carolina Upstate. Back in 2019, she played in 45 games and started only 3. Had 3 hits and 10 at-bats, and then she came to the University of Iowa. In the pandemic-stricken season, she had started 13 of 17 games that she played in, 12 hits and 32 at-bats, had a .375 average when the season came to a halt. Here's the 0-2 that Wallace tries to get Riley Sheehy to chase to the outside, and she does not. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. Riley has started almost every game. Here's one that she lifts out into the outfield, and a lazy fly ball out to left, where it's caught out there by Abby Squire. And that brings to an end the University of Iowa top of the 2nd inning. 3 up, 3 down. We go into the bottom of the 2nd inning, and the Nebraska Cornhuskers, with a 3-0 lead, will send batters 8, 9, and 1 to the plate. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same day, next day, appointments available, no referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sportsmedicine. Well, Nebraska earned 3 runs in the bottom of their first inning on 4 hits. Again, they're a hitting machine out there in Cornhusker land, and in the Big Ten, they are leading the Big Ten with an 8-0 record coming into this game. They've earned every bit of that. They're coming off of the Michigan State series last weekend. And for Nebraska, it's a number 8 hitter in Peyton Glatter, designated player. She's a junior, batting .231, 18 hits and 78 at-bats. She has a home run to her credit. Here is the 1-0 that's bounced right to Sophia Morris at second base. And she'll get the easy hop and over to Kalena Burns for out number 1. So Brooke Andrews will come to the plate. Brooke, the year older sister than Billy Andrews. Very talented herself is Brooke Andrews. She has started at third base, center field, and right field this season. Had a pinch hit home run in Game 1 against Rutgers earlier this season. And here's one that's bounced and a ground out on a pitch by Brooke Andrews. And the Hawks quickly now with 2 outs in their bottom of the second inning. Going to her left was Sophia Morris. Does a nice job to reach down and backhand it. Pick it up. She now with 2 assists and putouts and 2 gone. And it's Billy Andrews, top of the order for Nebraska. Flew out to Nia Carter in her first at-bat. Here's the first pitch to her. That's inside, ball 1. Billy Andrews tied the school record, drawing 4 walks in a game 2 times this season. So pitcher's trying to pitch around her. Don't want to give her anything good to hit. She knows how to hit it. Here is the 1-0 to her right down the middle. It's a ground ball right to Grace Baines. Picks it up and fires it across the diamond and got one of the better hitters in the Big Ten down in her second at-bat. And a very quick 1-2-3 inning for the Hawks in this bottom of the second inning. But we head into the top of the third. Iowa trailing 3-0. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Home of the Hawkeyes, Finkbine Golf Course and Bumps Restaurant is open for the 2022 golf season, featuring 18 holes of public golf as well as handcrafted American fare. Stop by today to enjoy quality golf at Finkbine and great food at Bumps Restaurant. The Hawkeye Invitational comes up next week in April 15 and 16 in Iowa City. A good number of teams will be involved in that. The men's golf team will be hosting it on the University of Iowa campus at Finkbine Golf Course. Thank you for tuning in here this afternoon. On Tuesday afternoon, this is the first game of a doubleheader between the Hawks and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And as I talked about, Nebraska is leading the league with an 8-0 record. Northwestern at 8-1. Northwestern will be at Illinois tomorrow in a doubleheader. Maryland, kind of a surprise, but not really, I guess, if you take a look at it. With the kind of athletes they have there, they swept the Hawkeyes 2 weekends ago. Maryland in third place with a 7-2 record. They wait until Thursday, and they will be hosting the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan, I think, kind of starting to get it together now at 4-5 when heading to College Park to square off against the Maryland Terrapins. Here's a check swing by Grace Baines down the first base line, and she's quickly down, picked up over there by Nebraska first baseman Sydney Gray, and she makes the tag. 1 out. Move into the number 8 hitter, Amber DeSena, steps into the right-handed batter's box. Looks at a pitch from Courtney Wallace. She gets around on one right to Billy Andrews. Andrews with a pickup. She throws it away and into the University of Iowa dugout. It goes into the dugout, so that will automatically move Amber DeSena down to second base. On the errant throw by Billy Andrews, had a nice pickup, and then when she threw it well over the head of the first baseman for Nebraska, the Cornhuskers, and that is Maya Felder at first base. And so Amber DeSena with one out will be at second base, and the junior Sophia Maris at the plate, stepping in there, taking a good cut at that first pitch. Might be kind of the MO for the Hawks here today, is to get a good cut at that first pitch. If it's anywhere close, to be aggressive at the plate. Sophia had a hit in the third game of the Minnesota series, but she didn't have a hit at either of the first two games. Down on the count of no balls and one strike. And she looks at a pitch that's down and away. She looked to slap it. Sophia Maris, the National Junior College Player of the Year last year, coming out of Des Moines Area Community College. Led the nation in a variety of offensive categories. We'll get to that here shortly. Here's a pitch that she tries to slap at and misses, and is down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. She led National Junior College Athletic Association in runs with 105, hits with 117, home runs with 29, RBIs with 92, and total bases with 234, and she was walked 40 times. Led the nation in all of that. Here is a pitch down and away, and the appeal down to the third base umpire. He calls her out on a check swing strike. So that is the first strikeout of the game for Courtney Wallace. Wallace coming into the game has 71 strikeouts, so not an overpowering pitcher. Definitely hittable. Now looking at Briley Klosterman. Klosterman grounded out to second base in her first at-bat. Cam Ybarra at second base for Nebraska. Here is the 1-0 from Courtney Wallace, a pitch that's down and in, so it's 2 balls and no strikes on the sophomore out of North Liberty, prepping at Iowa City Liberty High School. Three-time All-State player at North Liberty. Here's the 2-0 tour. That's now 3 balls and no strikes. She no stranger to walks. Hasn't walked for 4 games, haven't drawn a base on balls, but in the Maryland series, she walked 5 times and 3 times in the Wisconsin series. So she's no stranger to walks. They know that they have to not give her any good pitches to hit, because she will. Here is the 3-0. It's called strike 1, right across the plate and at the knees. Briley on a 3-game hitting streak. She got at least 1 hit in each of the Minnesota games, 2 of them in game 1, in which the Hawks won 9-8. Here's one that she hits out to, looked like it was going out to the left side, out to left field, but a line drive caught there by the third baseman, Sydney Gray, and that will end the Hawks in this top of the 3rd inning. Very quickly played. First couple of at-bats for each team. Nebraska continues to lead this game. Heading into the bottom of the 3rd inning, and the number 2 hitter, Cam Ybarra, will be at the plate when play resumes. It's 3-0. Nebraska leading Iowa. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley. And we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number 1.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the number 1 automotive shop in Iowa City,
where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball.
Well, after today, the Hawks will have to hustle home. It'll be late tonight that they get home after the second game of this doubleheader. And remember, this first game was originally to start at 4, and it was moved to 3 because of the impending weather that's going to moving into and east of Lincoln, Nebraska, but they weren't taking any chances that it would miss them, and it's going to carry all the way across the state of Iowa to about the Cedar Rapids area, but it's moving northward. So that's a doubleheader tonight. The Hawks will have to hustle home and prepare for a 3-game series with the Ohio State Buckeyes coming up on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Ohio State currently is in 9th place with a 4-5 record, tied with the University of Michigan. Ohio State playing today, hosting Toledo University. So Denali Lecker now will step into the circle for the Hawks. Excuse me. To pitch for, to replace Brianna Vasquez. Lecker has thrown 100 innings this season already. Now she takes a look at Cam Ybarra. Here's the first pitch to her that Ybarra gets around and fouls it back. Lecker, this is her 28th appearance. She's given up 98 hits, 72 runs, 49 of them earned. She's walked 28 batters and struck out 53. She has a 3.43 ERA. She definitely a hittable pitcher. Hopefully she has good movement on those pitches today. Here is the 0-1 that's fouled back. It now becomes no balls and 2 strikes. On the season, Lecker has allowed 20 doubles, 3 triples, and 9 home runs. But she's ahead in the count here. No balls and 2 strikes. Ybarra singled and scored in her first at-bat. Here's the 0-2. An off-speed pitch that she gets around on and will lace it down the right field line and foul. Sydney Gray on deck, followed by Maya Felder. So no balls and 2 strikes. The sophomore from Ogden, Denali Lecker, in the circle. Here's one that's lifted up into the air and foul. And out of play. As I was talking about before with the series between these two, Nebraska is on a 2-game winning streak. Iowa won 3 of the 4 games last year. So actually, Iowa's on the 2-game winning streak. Iowa has won 4 of the last 5. Here is the 0-2 down and in that Ybarra chases and is out on strikes. So Denali Lecker with her 54th strikeout of the season. And it brings up Sydney Gray. Gray singled and scored in her first at-bat. Right-hander looking at Denali Lecker. Here's the first pitch that is away, so it's ball 1. Sydney Gray has started all 38 games this season at third base. She was named the Co-Big Ten Player of the Week back in the week leading into the 21st of February. Here's the 1-0 to her. It's a pitch that's up and in. She's a sophomore with a .328 batting average, 39 hits in 119 at-bats. And ahead in the count against Denali Lecker at 2 balls and no strikes. Here is the 2-0 from Lecker, a pitch that's down and in. 3 balls and no strikes. After Sydney Gray becomes Maya Felder, Abby Squire, if anything happens there. Here is the 3-0 from Lecker. Pitch right down the middle called strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, Nebraska on a 13-game winning streak. Have been hot at the plate to do that. Up and down that lineup. They're able to put that ball into play. Here's the 3-1 from Denali Lecker. Won this line drive back to the backstop. Denali went after her with that hard one. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore, Sydney Gray. Here comes the pitch from Denali Lecker. One that's down and away, And it's ball 4. So a 1-out walk issued to Sydney Gray. That's the first base on balls for a Nebraska hitter today. For Gray, that's the 23rd time she's been walked. She's second on the team for Nebraska in drawing bases on balls. Billy Andrews has 29 of them. Here is first pitch to Maya Felder with a runner on first and 1 out. Denali last pitched against Minnesota back on last Friday. In a 1 2/3 inning, she gave up 8 runs. Iowa led 2-0 going into that top of the second. She gave up those 8 runs. They all were earned. Here's a ground ball that's hit to the right of Grace Baines. She dives for it, but cannot come up with it. Gets up underneath her glove, and Maya Felder now has the 5th hit of the game for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Denali Lecker, again, pitched against Minnesota last Friday, 1 2/3 innings. 8 hits, 8 runs. They all were earned. She walked a batter, faced only 14 batters, throwing 45 pitches, but 29 of them were strikes. And Minnesota teeing off on those strikes. So with runners on first and second and 1 out, the hitter is Abby Squire. Squire singled in her last at-bat and scored. Squire, a .349 hitter coming into the game. Going to improve that. Here's a nice drop ball by Denali Lecker that she gets Squire to chase. Squire now with 39 hits and 110 at-bats, 4 doubles, and 7 home runs. Get another player that you just have to be careful with. Here is the 0-2 that's up and away. Squire doesn't chase that. Ava Bredwell will be on deck for Nebraska. In Denali's most recent appearances, her last 5, the most she's pitched has only been 2 1/3 innings. Here is the 1-2 that's down and away, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So she hasn't lasted long in her last 5 appearances. Earlier in the season, she had 3 complete games. She has a total of 7 complete games. Here is the 2-2 lifted up in the air and foul. That's a 9-5 record on the season. But a sophomore. Had a great career at Ogden High School. She pitched and batted her team to a state championship 2 years ago over North Lynn. Here is the 2-2 that's laced right up the middle through the circle. Bradley Klosterman quickly in to pick it up, and the throw was off the line, up the third base line, but Sydney Gray does not attempt to go to, from second to home. Head coach Ravel keeps her at third base. Brody was right there on top of it. So 2 consecutive hits. Addie Squire has 2 hits as well, but 2 consecutive hits in this bottom of the 3rd inning. That started with a strikeout, then the walk to Sydney Gray. Now the bases are loaded, and it brings up Ava Bredwell. Here's the first pitch that she hits right at Grace Baines, and a line drive. That's a big out, folks. Nice play by Grace to be right there to snag it over the top. She had to go up a little bit to get it. And it brings up Caitlin Neal. You can see that Ava Bredwell went down and kind of golfed the swing that one at the end, right at the end of the bat, but just off the top of the turf. So Caitlin Neal, who flew out to Bradley Klosterman in her first at bat, is at the plate again with the bases loaded. 3-0. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nebraska leading and batting, and bases are loaded. They're looking for more here. See if the Hawks can't end it in this at-bat. Caitlin Neal, the number 7 hitter in the lineup. Here is the 1-0 pitch that she hits up into the air, pushes Nia Carter back, and it is gone. Caitlin Neal gets a pitch down and in on her, but she gets the heavy part of the bat out in front of it and knocks it out of the park in right field for a grand slam home run here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And it now makes it Nebraska 7, Iowa nothing. And just like that, one pitch, one hit has made the difference. And again, the wind helping that one out. It hit the concrete halfway up the wall of the sports facility they have there. And for Caitlin Neal, just her 2nd home run, but she now with 16 runs batted in. And better yet, a 7-0 Nebraska lead over the Hawks here in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Just in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Peyton Glatter steps to the plate. Left-handed hitting Glatter, the number 8 hitter. There's the first pitch that she'll take a cut at, miss. For Denali Lecker, that's the 10th home run that she has allowed this season. And she, I think the 2nd grand slam in a week. She allowed one against Minnesota last Friday. In that 8-run top of the 2nd inning, Hawks were able to come back and win that game. Here's an off-speed pitch called strike 2 on the inside part of the plate. Peyton Glatter in her first at-bat grounded out to Sophia Morris at second base. Glatter batting .231, 18 hits and 79 at-bats. 8 doubles and 1 home run in the season for her. Here is the 0-2 that's down and away. She doesn't chase. So 1 ball and 2 strikes on Peyton Glatter, junior designated player today. Here's one that she'll swing at and foul it back. Count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Seven nothing the lead for Nebraska. Here is the 1-2. Again, it's fouled back down the left field line and into the stands. Brooke Andrews would be on deck if Peyton Glatter is to get on base. Down on the count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Peyton Glatter, designated player. Here's the pitch that's down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2 with Denali Lecker trying to take down Peyton Glatter at the plate in this at-bat. Here's the windup and the pitch, and it will bounce across the plate and makes a full count out of it. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nebraska with their 59th home run of the season. Here is the 3-2 that's hit down the left field line and fair. Riley Sheehy quickly there to retrieve it and get it back in play. So the number 8 hitter, Peyton Glatter, makes the 3rd hit with the 3rd hit of the half inning. And it brings up Brooke Andrews at the number 9 hitter at the plate. Nebraska leads the Big Ten in home runs now with 59. They lead in runs batted in. They lead in total bases. So certainly they're going to win a lot of games, if not a majority of them, just from their offense alone. Here is the first pitch to Brooke Adams. She grounded out to Sophia Morris in her first at-bat. So it's 1 strike. Nebraska 7, Iowa nothing. Bottom of the 3rd inning. 2 outs. The number 9 hitter for Nebraska at the plate. Here is the pitch that bounces across the plate. And it becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. When the Hawks get to the plate in the top of the 4th inning, it'll be Nia Carter to lead it off. Here's the 1-1 from Denali Lecker. And it's a pitch that she gets up underneath. Brooke Andrews does, and Sophia Morris can't get it played behind second base. What turned out to be what should have been a routine pop-up behind second base. I think the wind again is playing tricks with these high flies. Sophia going out to her left, and she, right at the last moment, reaching up to try to catch it, tipped off the end of her glove, and she'll be issued an error on the play. And so that continues this inning with 2 outs, runners at first and second, and the top of the order in Billy Andrews at the plate. Billy Andrews, very productive leadoff hitter. Here's the first pitch as she takes a cut at and misses. She set a new sophomore school record for home runs in a season with 17, is where she stands right now. Nebraska 7, Iowa 0. Bottom of the 3rd, runners at second and third. Here is the 0-1 that gets away from Tristan Doster behind the plate, but the runners do not advance from second and third. Backstop is not particularly distant behind home plate, so it's not as if it's an easy dash from third base. You could see that Peyton Glatter was looking to make that move from third base to home, but Rhonda Ravel holds her up at third base. 2 gone. Nebraska's bottom of the 3rd inning. 1-1, 1-1 count on Brooke and Billy Andrews. She laces one right up the middle, and Nebraska's going to get 2 more runs. Brodie Klosterman getting to it very quickly, and Billy Andrews now has 2 RBIs on the single. She goes on to second base. And this is a 6-run inning already, folks. It's a 9-0 Nebraska lead. Billy Andrews has taken a pitch right back up to the right of Denali Lecker and too far to the left of Grace Baines at short. Can't make a play at home. Nebraska with good hitting, good speed on the base paths. They will send their 10th hitter to the plate in this batting order, in this at bat, excuse me, and it's Cam Ybarra. She started it off with a strikeout. 2 gone, and it's 9-0 Nebraska leading the Hawks here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Denali Lecker in the circle for the Hawks in place of Brianne Vasquez, who went 2 innings. Here is the 1-0 to Cam Ybarra. It's down and away. Ybarra, a .360 hitter. Again, she struck out in her first at-bat, which for her, just her 6th strikeout of the season. She has 41 hits and 114 at-bats, 7 doubles, 3 triples, and 7 home runs. Here is the 2-0. Down the middle, she laces one out to right field, right down the right field line. Nia Carter getting to it quickly into second base, and Billy Andrews will score from second. And a double for Cam Ybarra. Makes it 10-0. They're just putting the ball in the places that the Hawk defense is not, getting those hits to work. So now they have 7 runs here in this bottom of the 3rd inning. Brings up Sydney Gray. Sydney Gray, a .328 hitter. She's walked and singled and scored both times she's been on base. So she's 1 for 1. And facing Denali Lecker. Here's the pitch from Lecker. And it's a pitch on that inside corner called strike 1. Sydney Gray Started all 37 games at third base this season. And behind on the count at no balls and one strike. Here's one that's up and in on her, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And at third base, Gray has made but 3 errors, as a .974 defensive percentage with 117 chances, 44 putouts, 70 assists, and 3 errors. So that's quite good. She's been part of 7 double plays. Here is the 2-1 that's down and in. It gets away from Tristan Doster, and Ybarra will move on to third base on the pass ball. $10-0 the lead for Nebraska. Bottom of the third inning. The number 3 hitter, Sydney Gray, at the plate. Nebraska was 7 runs in already here in the bottom of the third inning. Here is the 3-1, and it's a pitch off the plate. Ball 4. Denali Lecker came in here in the bottom of the third inning. She's walked her second batter of the inning. She's given up a grand slam home run, that to Caitlin Neal. And then 3 other runners have scored since. Head coach Renee Gillespie now out talking to the home plate umpire. Looks like we're going to get a change of pitching. It seems, as I see freshman pitcher Catherine Cerna going to come into the circle. Catherine Cerna, she a freshman from Santa Fe Springs, California, which is in south central LA, went to St. Paul High School. This will be Cerna's 4th appearance. She has thrown 1 2/3 innings, and that's it. 4 hits, 6 runs, and 4 earned runs. Get back to play-by-play here shortly. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball, Nebraska 10, Iowa nothing.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
I want to remind you that Saturday the 23rd, the University of Iowa football team is holding its open practice for you to come and view the upcoming 2022 version of the Iowa Hawkeyes. That's be a 9:45 start. That's this coming Saturday. Not this coming Saturday, excuse me, the 23rd of Saturday. So Cerna comes in. She's pitched 1 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 6 runs she's given up, 4 of them earned, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. So this is a big spot for her to step in. See what she's able to come up with. Here is the first pitch to Maya Felder. Felder, the transfer from Oregon, singled and scored in their last at-bat. She was part of that grand slam home run. That was hit. She's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here is the 0-1, now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. Hawks finding themselves down 10-0 when they get to the plate. Obviously, it's a matter of getting runners on, moving them around, chip away at this lead that Nebraska has built. 7 runs here in the bottom of the third inning for them. Here's one that's hit out into left center field. Klosterman quickly zeroing in on it. It'll score Cam Ybarra and make it an 11-0 game. On to second base goes Sydney Gray. So in this inning, 6 hits for Nebraska in this bottom of the 4th inning, leading this game 11-0. And I think that if they get another run here, that could end this game. Catherine Cerna in the circle. Here's the first pitch. Nice little wind up and a release. She's got a good, solid toss about her. Just try to gain some valuable experience. The game started with Brianna Vasquez, went to Denali Lecker, and now it's Cerna, and now a hit batter, Abby Squire, is hit by a pitch. Bases will be loaded for Ava Breadwell. So an 11-0 lead for Nebraska. They've got 8 runs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's one out into left center field on the first pitch. Riley Sheehy trying to slide to pick it up on the warning track. Bobbles it. It allows the Nebraska runners to move forward. And a triple is hit. A 3-run triple is hit by Ava Breadwell, scoring Sydney Gray from 3rd, Maya Felder from 2nd, and all the way from 1st is Abby Squire. She rips this one out into left center field on the first pitch from Catherine Cerna. Got all of that one. And the red jerseys, Nebraska Cornhuskers, are rounding the bases and scoring at will, and it makes it a 14-0 game for Nebraska. That'll bring up Caitlin Neal. Neal hit the grand slam home run in her last at-bat. And all of this has happened with 2 outs in this inning. Here is the 0-1 to Caitlin Neal, pitch that's up and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Catherine Cerna, in high school with a .79 ERA her senior year with 116 strikeouts. She really has a nice, strong release and good velocity on those pitches. There's an off-speed pitch that's down and away. An elementary education major at the University of Iowa. Again, a freshman from Santa Fe Springs, California, which is in south central L.A. Two balls and 1 strike on Caitlin Neal. Here is the pitch that's hits that outside corner, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore center fielder, Caitlin Neal. Again, hit a grand slam home run in their last at-bat. Bases were loaded with 2 outs when she crushed that home run out into right field. Here is the 2-2 that's swung on and missed. And finally, the Hawks get Nebraska to end this bottom of the 3rd inning. But they get 11 runs and make it a 14-0 game as we head into the top of the 4th inning. When the Hawks come to the plate, Nia Carter will get it started. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Iowa City Tire and Service is a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye softball. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. 14-0 the lead for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. They've got 13 hits in these 14 runs. Just teeing off on Iowa Hawkeye pitching. It started with Brianna Vasquez, went to Denali Lecker, and now Catherine Cerna has come into the game. Brianna Vasquez gave up the first 3 runs in the first 2 innings. And then Denali Lecker with the 11 runs, actually the first 9 runs. And Catherine Cerna with the last 2 runs. So I don't know quite who's responsible for those. But it's a long climb for the Hawks here, but they can get it done. Chip away at it each and every half inning at bat, unless you have a big at bat in one of those half innings, which they can do. So it'll be Nia Carter. Back in the first inning, she singled and was forced at second. Coming to the plate, Nia with a .431 average. Here's the first pitch to her. Kaylin Kinney is in the ballgame. Here's a bounder to third base, and Sydney Gray quickly ends Nia Carter's at-bat. Kaylin Kinney is in the circle for Nebraska, the sophomore from Cedar Rapids, having prepped at Kennedy High School. Lots of high school records she set while there, not only in the circle, but at the plate. She's a very powerful hitter, but she's making her 16th appearance. She has started 3 games on the season, and now she's throwing to Tristan Doster. Kaylin has pitched 29 innings, given up 35 hits, 24 runs, 19 of them earned. Now with a 4.59 ERA. She has walked 5 batters, struck out 21, but getting some time in the circle. And Tristan Doster will fly out to left field for the second out of this Hawkeye at bat. Kalena Burns will step to the plate. Kalena, in her first at bat, bounced out to first base. And comes into this game with a .265 average, 22 hits, and now 84 at bats. The first pitch is right down the middle, called strike 1. Kalena had quite a weekend last weekend against Minnesota, where she had 4 hits in all in 8 at bats. 2 of them were home runs, a 2-run home run and a 3-run home run in Game 1 against Minnesota, in which the Hawks came from behind to win. Here is the 0-1 that's down and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Kaylin Kinney, the sophomore from Cedar Rapids, prepping at Kennedy High School, in the circle. Here is the pitch to her, an off-speed pitch that Kalena does a nice job to hold off on, but she gets around on it and will pull it fouled on the third base line. And she remains at bat, though, with a 1-2 count on her. Top of the 4th inning, Nebraska leads this game 14-0. Have just hit the ball all over the ballpark, and a grand slam home run to boot. Here is the 1-2 that's down and in, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kaylin Kinney has a 3-3 career record in the circle, and she, at the plate, as I said, she's hit 3 home runs from the plate this year. She certainly is a very capable hitter. Here's Kalena Burns, lifts one out into left field. It's driving the left fielder back. It's off the wall, and it is a solo home run for Kalena Burns. Congratulations to the junior Kalena Burns with a 2-out home run, a solo home run. She now with 3 home runs in her last 4 games. She got every bit of that pitch down and in on her. She lifted it up and bounced off the scoreboard in left field. So Kalena adds to her home run total of 3, now has 4. And it brings up Denali Lecker. Lecker, the designated hitter, designated player, that is. And she went in and pitched for an inning, was in part of that inning, but she also will remain at bat. Down to the count at no balls and a strike. Now it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the sophomore out of Ogden. Lecker coming in with a .275 average, 25 hits and 91 at bats. She grounded out to Sydney Gray at third base in her last at bat. Counted even at 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Kaylin Kinney. Here's one that's lifted out into center field. And making the easy play out there, Caitlin Neal. And that will end the Hawks here in the top of the fourth inning. 14-1. As we go into the bottom of the fourth inning, it's the Nebraska Cornhuskers leading the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home broken-hearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Well, the Hawks have been through three pitchers already. It started with Brianna Vasquez, then it moved to Denali Lecker, and now it's Catherine Cerna. We're just heading to the bottom of the fourth inning, and it's Nebraska leading the Hawks by the score of 14-1. Catherine Cerna's last time in the circle, friends, was back on February 18 when the Hawks played DePaul. And it was a third of an inning. She pitched. She gave up a hit, 2 runs. And it was a home run, a 2-run home run. Now head coach Renee Gillespie is electing to go with Anna Henderson in the circle. Anna Henderson, a freshman from Battleground, Indiana, just outside of West Lafayette, Indiana. Excuse me. Maybe I better get this right. I say Anna, could very well be Emma. I'm sorry, it is Emma Henderson into pitch for the Hawks. And she is facing Peyton Gladder. Looks as if we have a pinch hitter now for Peyton Gladder. Coming in for her. Kaylin Kinney. Facing Anna Henderson. Here's one that Kinney will lace right through the circle, just missing the left foot of Anna Henderson. And so a leadoff single for Kaylin Kinney, who no stranger to hitting. She a .220 average, 9 hits, now make it 10 in 41 at-bats and 42 at-bats. Is on first base. Brings up the number 9 hitter in Brooke Andrews, but I believe we're going to get another pinch hitter for Brooke. And it is Abby Newland. Abby Newland will be pinch hitting for Brooke Andrews here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Nobody out, runner on first, and Kaylin Kinney. Emma Henderson in the circle for the Hawks. Here's the first offering, one that's lifted up into the air. It's moving Sophia Morris back, but coming in to make the catch all the way from right field is Nia Carter. She had to run a long ways as Sophia, just hard to get a judge on that fly ball. She was kind of twirling out there, got out into shallow right field, but Nia Carter came along, called her off, and took it. Emma Henderson's last appearance in the circle came against Princeton back on the 26th of February. And that brings up the top of the order in Billy Andrews. See if they don't have enough. She's at the plate. She stroked a 2 RBI single in her last at-bat. It's part of that 11-run bottom of the third inning. 1 out in Nebraska's bottom of the fourth. Here's Billy Andrews facing the freshman Emma Henderson. Henderson with a pitch that's up and in on her. Billy Andrews, just a sophomore. She is shortstop right out of Omaha. 391 average coming in. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. from Emma Henderson. Here is the 1-1 to Billy Andrews, and it's one that's upstairs. Gets away from Tristan Doster, and it allowed Kaylin Kinney to race down to second base, where she is now. It takes the force play out of the game. As the ball bounced out of Tristan Doster's glove, Grace Baines was right there for the retrieval of the ball, the throw, and subsequent tag, but not in time to get Kaylin Kinney. 2-1 on Billy Andrews, the leadoff hitter. Here's one that she'll rip down the third base line, and it is foul. Billy Andrews, she's the 11th leading hitter in the league in the Big Ten. Third in at-bats, tied for second in runs with 42. She leads with home runs with 17 and is second in the Big Ten with 41 runs batted in. What a great catch for head coach Rhonda Ravel, who's in her 30th year with Nebraska. Here's one that Billy Andrews will foul back into the stands. Emma Henderson's last appearance as a pitcher, listed as DePaul back. She went 2/3 of an inning. Here is the 2-2 that is now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kaylin Kinney on base, single to begin the at-bat for Nebraska. Here's the offering from Emma Henderson. And Billy will pop it up. Coming down the third base line to make the catch is Amber DeSena. Almost overran it. Again, that wind is playing havoc with those fly balls on the infield especially. But Amber was able to reach up in foul territory, though. She comes down about halfway down the line. And she opened up her glove, and there is the ball. So that's 2 gone in Nebraska's bottom of the 4th inning. That's a big out, as Billy Andrews just 1 for 4 on the day in a 14-1 lead for Nebraska. Emma Henderson in the circle. Here is the pitch to Cam Ybarra that pushes Riley Sheehy back into left field, and she makes the catch. And that's the 3rd out. So we go into the top of the 5th inning with the Nebraska Cornhuskers leading the Iowa Hawkeyes by the score of 14-1. When the Hawks come to the plate, it'll be Riley Sheehy when play resumes.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available, no referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sports medicine. Well, so far it's been all Nebraska in this game. Didn't start out so badly. Nebraska did get 3 in the bottom of the 1st inning, just hitting the ball around the softball diamond. 4 hits, 3 runs on 4 hits. They were 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the 2nd inning, and then they exploded for 11 runs in that bottom of the 3rd inning with the big blast coming off the bat of Caitlin Neal with a grand slam home run, but they would go on to score 7 more runs, take a 14-0 lead, and then Iowa would come back in the top of the 4th inning and get a solo home run from Kalena Burns. So now we're in the top of the 5th inning, and it's Riley Sheehy who will come to the plate. At least she's the scheduled batter, working against Kaylin Kinney. For University of Nebraska, here is the first pitch to Sheehy, out to left field. Oh, and Billy Andrews with a great play at shortstop. I thought it was going to fall beyond her, but she stretched that left arm out and snags it out of the air and robs Riley Sheehy of a base hit. 1 out in Iowa's top of the 5th inning. Billy Andrews got a good jump on that. It wasn't hit particularly hard, and so with the wind as strong as it is, I think it held it up some, but allowed Billy Andrews to get there. 1 out in Iowa's top of the 5th. It brings up Grace Baines. Here's the first pitch to Grace. That's down and in. Grace Baines coming into the game, a .213 hitter, 20 hits and now 95 at-bats. She bounced out to first base in her last at-bat, her first of the day. She's up in the count of the ball and no strikes. Here's one that she laces right at third base, and Sydney Gray yanks it out of the air, that line drive, and so quickly now the Hawks are down 2 outs, 2 fly balls, 2 line drives in this top of the 5th inning. Brings up Amber DeSena. Amber DeSena, sophomore from Concord, California. And now I think the home plate umpire got a little dust in his eye. Again, that wind is very brisk. I know they move these games up an hour so they can avoid any kind of weather challenges that will happen soon enough in Lincoln, but not probably for another couple hours. They want to try to get this doubleheader in. And the first pitch to Amber is called strike 1. Amber, again, from Concord, which is across the bay from San Francisco. And it's a suburb that's next to Walnut Creek and Pleasant Hill, if you're familiar with the territory out there. Again, not very far from San Francisco. Here's the 0-1 to Amber DeSena that's down and in on her. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one on the sophomore third baseman, Amber DeSena. Working against Kaylin Kinney, sophomore out of Cedar Rapids. Here's the 1-1 that now becomes 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right down the middle. (14-1) the lead for Nebraska. We're in the top of the 5th inning. 2 gone and Iowa's at bat. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Amber DeSena. Here's a pitch that's down and in. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Amber had 1 hit in the Minnesota series last weekend. It was a double. She also walked in the same game. Had a 4-game hitting streak earlier this season from February 27, the Cornell game, to March 5th, ended at the Butler game. Here is the 2-2 that she'll foul back into the backstop. Amber, a year ago, in her freshman year, started 12 games, played in 26, had but 3 hits and 32 at-bats, 1 double. She played on 3 state championship teams in her home state of California back in high school. Here is the 2-2 that's called strike 3. And that is the 3rd out. And it looks as if Nebraska has won this first game. A monstrous 11-run inning gave Nebraska the 14-0 lead. Iowa would cut it to 13 with a solo home run by Kalena Burns. But in the run rule, get into the bottom of the 5th inning. If you're not under 6 runs, that's going to end this ball game with the run mercy rule. 14-1 the win for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So we'll have some time here now between games 1 and 2, probably 20 to 30 minutes before they start the next game. I'll find out here shortly. I'll leave the microphone open, be listening to a little bit of music here as we prepare ourselves for game number 2. 14-1 the lead and win for the Nebraska Cornhuskers over the Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, that'll wind up our time in between games 1 and 2 as the Nebraska Cornhuskers clobbered the Hawkeyes 14-1 in game 1. They scored 11 runs in the bottom of the third inning to take a 14-0 lead. Iowa would get a single run, but not nearly enough of what they needed to be able to get back in this softball game, have a chance to win it. So we're going to go on to game number 2 here. That'll start shortly. The Hawks will send Brianna Vasquez back to the it's going to be Emma Henderson is going to be starting for the Iowa Hawkeyes. In the circle, we'll get to her numbers here shortly when she gets out onto the field. Game number 2 now just underway with Briley Klosterman stepping to the plate. Briley, in that game number 1, was 0 for 2. And she's now up in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Just underway with game number 2 of this doubleheader. A 14-1 win for Nebraska in game number 1. They scored 14 runs on 14 hits. They got a double from Ybarra and Brooke Andrews, a triple from Breadwell. They were all RBIs. And then Caitlin Neal hit the grand slam home run in part of that 8th inning, or that 11-run 3rd inning, which was the big blow. They just hit the ball all over the park. They, were finding the gaps, right, and they were hitting down the line. It was really kind of a thing of beauty to watch Nebraska do what it did in that game number 1. In game 2, it'll be Briley Klosterman. Nia Carter will bat second, playing right field. Kalena Burns, first base, batting third. Emma Henderson will be the she's going to pitch for the Hawks. Sophia Maris will be at shortstop, batting 5th. Amber DeSena batting 6th and playing third base. Batting 7th is Maggie Vasa in the lineup here in game number 2. She from the local area of Omaha. And batting 8th is Marissa Peak. She will be behind the plate. And batting 9th is Riley Moss, the left fielder. Here's one that's hit right out into left field by Briley Klosterman. So the Hawks get off to a good start here to begin this second game, with Briley Klosterman getting her first hit of the day. Hawks had but 2 hits in that first game. The home run from Kalena Burns, and then Nia Carter had a base hit. Nia at the plate with a runner on first and Briley Klosterman. Nia looks at a first pitch strike as Courtney Wallace back in the circle for Nebraska. Courtney pitched 3 innings of that first game as she throws the 0-1 to Nia Carter. Nia looked to slap it and pulls the bat back. Becomes ball 1. Courtney gave up 1 hit in those 3 innings. No runs. Didn't walk anybody. Struck out 1. Faced but 10 batters, and Kaylin Kinney would come in and finish the last 2 innings as it went just 5. Nia Carter up in the count now at 2 balls and 1 strike. And earlier this year, Nia went 5 for 5 at the plate and tied a school record for hits in a game. Here she's even in the count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yes, she was 5 for 5 against Houston back on the 18th of March. And that matches Christy Hebert, Brandy Messias, and Liz Watkins, who all did the very same feat, going 5 for 5 in a single game. Here is Nia Carter taking a swing at a pitch and missing it, and she's down on strikes. 1 out in Iowa's top of the first inning as we get game number 2 underway in this Big Ten matchup between the Hawks and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Nebraska remains unbeaten in the Big Ten with that large win they had over the Hawks in that previous game They go to 9-0. Iowa now at 1-9 in the Big Ten and 18-19 overall. Clena Burns at the plate for the Hawks. Clena with the home run, solo home run in the fourth inning of that last game. Clena comes in with a .271 average, now 23 hits and 85 at-bats, 3 doubles, a triple, and now 4 home runs. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Courtney Wallace in the circle for Nebraska. She bounces one in front of the plate, goes past the catcher for Nebraska, Ava Bredwell, and the wild pitch will move Bradley Klosterman into scoring position and take away the force. Courtney Wallace, a senior pitcher, has had a nice career. Here's one that's on the inside of Clena Burns, and Clena will foul it. Courtney again with 99 in the third innings pitch coming into the doubleheader, again through 3 innings of that first game, and gave up only 1 hit and had 1 strikeout. Here is the 2-2. That's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the ball bounced in front of, dropped out of the glove of the catcher, and Bradley Klosterman taking advantage of that and sneaking on to third base, where she is with 1 out. That teammate Clena Burns at the plate. See if the Hawks can get off to a good start here in this game. Here's one that Clena will lift down to right field on the line drive. It's caught. Bradley Klosterman on her way home slides across home plate safely. So the sac fly will score Bradley Klosterman from third and give the Hawks a 1-0 lead. 2 outs to bring up Emma Henderson. Emma batting for herself. And she looks at a pitch that is up and in on her, so it's ball 1. Emma last, well, let me check that here. She did get a couple of bats in the Minnesota game. Here is the 1-0 to her. The pitch is down and in. The bases are cleared. 2 gone, and Iowa's top of the first inning. They've scored a run. Bradley Klosterman started off with a single, moved around to third base, and was hit on a sac fly by Clena Burns. Here's Emma Henderson now at the plate. Her last at-bat was in the Minnesota series last weekend. She got 3 at-bats, had 1 hit, that in the game on Sunday. When she came in as a pinch hitter and remained in as the designated hitter, she was 1 for 2 on that in that game, and she played in Saturday's game, the 5-2 loss in 8 innings. Here's a 3-0 pitch. It's now 3 balls and 1 strike. So Emma Henderson coming in with a 174 average, 4 hits and 23 at-bats. Had a couple of hits in the Maryland series. 2 for 3. Here's one that she'll bounce to third base. Sydney Gray up and across the diamond. And that will end the Hawks here in the top of the first inning. But the Hawks get a run and will take a 1-0 lead into the bottom of the first inning. And Billy Andrews will start it off for the Nebraska Cornhuskers when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Iowa City Tire and Service is a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. We're into game number 2 of this doubleheader set between the Hawks and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Game number 1 went to Nebraska. They earned it. They certainly pounded the softball all around the diamond. 14-1 in that game. Got a grand slam home run from Caitlin Neal as the big blow, but as you can see, that's just 4 runs. They got 10 other runs just the way they hit the ball, through doubles and singles, got runners on. Just kept hitting the ball up and down the lineup to get to the 14-1 lead and eventual win. Emma Henderson now steps into the circle. Emma making her first start, and it's her 4th appearance. She's thrown just 6 innings on the season for the Hawks. In the circle facing Billy Andrews. Here is the first pitch from Henderson, and it was a play from Grace Baines as she had to go to her left, and the throw pulls Kalena Burns off of the bag, and now they're trying to dispute whether or not Burns actually tagged Billy Andrews, and the umpire did call her out right there. Well, the review right here, as we see that from on top of the Nebraska dugout, shows that she did not at all tag her. But I don't think they can go by a review. I think they're going to talk it over and see if they don't change the call. We'll see what happens. Sophia Morris is playing shortstop. She's the one that made the throw that pulled Kalena Burns down the first base line and away from Billy Andrews. And I think she's going to remain at first. Now the home plate umpire and the base umpires have concluded that she did not get tagged, and so it'll be an error on the throw from Sophia Morris. Right now she's standing on first base as Billy Andrews due to an error. Head coach Renee Gillespie also out there in the conversation. But I think she's going to stay there. So Cam Ybarra will come to the plate. Ybarra is a .364 hitter, 43 hits and 118 at-bats. The left-handed Ybarra with her teammate Billy Andrews on first base. Ybarra 2 for 4 in Game 1. Scored a couple of runs as an RBI. Stroked to double, her 8th of the season in that game. Ahead in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Right now, Emma Henderson asking for a different softball to pitch. Emma, a freshman from Battleground, Indiana, went to William Henry Harrison High School, which is in West Lafayette, home of the Purdue Boilermakers. In the circle, here's the 1-0 to Kabara. The pitch gets to catcher Marissa Peak, and from the stance, she throws down to second to try to get the stealing Billy Andrews, and the ball bounces off of the glove of Sophia Morris out into center field, but it does not advance Billy Andrews, so she comes up with a stolen base. And for Andrews, she's 14 for 15 in the stolen base department this season. She pretty much does it all on the softball field. Here is the pitch that's hit out into left center field. It's going to score Billy Andrews from second base. And on the bobble, and then getting it back into the infield, Ybarra goes on to second base. So Nebraska ties the score on the line drive out to left center field by Cam Ybarra. And as Brody Klosterman getting the ball back into the infield, the Hawks were fumbling it around, and it just allowed Ybarra to go to second base. So it brings up Sydney Gray. Sydney Gray in game number 1 was 1 for 1. She scored 3 runs. She walked twice. Batting number 3, the sophomore third baseman, has a nice glove at third. Now head coach Renee Gillespie out in the circle talking to this defense, setting up their strategy. Got to get things combined. Work it out. So that has ended, and the players go back to their positions. Renee Gillespie in her 4th year with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Came from Central Florida, where she spent 17 years. Started the Texas Tech program back in the mid to late 80s. Here's one out to right field, and Nia Carter going down to a knee to come up with it. It's going to score Ibarra from second base, and the long single by Sydney Gray gives Nebraska a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning. Maya Felder now steps to the plate. As I talked about, Nebraska coming into this game, or into this series, was the second leading team in the Big Ten with a .313 average. And in game number 1, Nebraska was 14 of 16, so that's going to raise that batting average, team batting average, pretty likely by at least 10 to 12 points. And now here's another one out to right field, right to Nia Carter. Makes the catch right at the shoe tops on Maya Felder, and that keeps Sydney Gray at first base. One out brings up Abby Squire. Squire, a .360 hitter after game 1, 40 hits and 111 at-bats. Abby was 2 for 2 in that first game. She scored 3 runs and had an RBI. She also was hit by a pitch in that game number 1. Nebraska leads it 2-1. Abby Squire at the plate. Here's the first pitch from Emma Henderson. That's down and in, ball 1. Again, Emma's last appearance in the circle was 3 2/3 innings against Maryland at Maryland on the 2nd of April. Here's the 1-0. It's upstairs, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. In those 3 2/3 innings, Emma allowed 8 hits, 4 runs, all 4 were earned. She gave up 3 doubles, a triple, and a home run. Runner on first base, 1 out, Nebraska's bottom of the first inning. And they lead it 2-1, and there's strike 1 on Abby Squire, the left fielder. Squire saw her batting average leap 11 points from game 1 to game 2. It's now up to .360. Here's the 2-1 from Emma Henderson, and Squire gets a hold of one out to left field and on the run to make the catch. Beautiful play for the Hawks out in left field. Riley Moss, the freshman, that was a line drive shot that she had to race to. She caught it right in front of the warning track, almost diving for it, just reached out there with that left hand and is able to make that catch. Nice play by Riley Moss out there in left field for the Hawks. Otherwise, this is going to be a double, an RBI double, but as it is, it turns out to be out number 2, and Ava Breadwell will come to the plate. Nebraska leads 2-1. Emma Henderson in the circle. Here's the off-speed pitch that Breadwell will foul back. Breadwell at .317. 2 for 3 in that first game. 5 runs batted in. And she's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Emma Henderson. Pitch that's hit right back up through the circle. Out to Briley Klosterman out in center field. So that'll move Sydney Gray on to second. Ava Breadwell with a hit in this game. She had a double and a single in the first game. 2 for 3. Brings up Caitlin Neal. Caitlin Neal with a grand slam home run in game number 1. Has teammates on at first and second. Here's the first pitch to her that's down and away from her. Caitlin Neal with a .267 batting average, now 16 of 60, 4 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs with that grand slam home run. Here's the 1-0 from Emma Henderson, freshman pitcher for Iowa. Nice off-speed pitch, just 1 ball and 1 strike. Neal was at .263 when she came into the game, now at .267. And the count even at 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Nice scoop by Marissa Peak to keep it from going back behind her as it bounced just across the plate. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Caitlin Neal had a single, double, and triple in a 9-3 win against South Dakota earlier this season. Here is the 2-1 that she hits right at third base to Amber DeSena. She scoops and steps on third base for the force. And that will end the Nebraska Cornhuskers in this bottom of the first inning. But they take they score 2 to take the 2-1 lead. The Hawks coming to the plate with Sophia Morris, the number 5 hitter, beginning off the top of the second inning when play resumes.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley, and we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number 1.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the number 1 automotive shop in Iowa City,
where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available, no referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sportsmedicine. Well, so far, so good for the Hawks. They scored 1 in their first at-bat. Bradley Klosterman singled, and she would eventually score on the Kalena Burns sacrifice fly. Brings up Sophia Morris to begin this at-bat for the Hawks. Sophia Morris, the reigning National Junior College Player of the Year out of Des Moines Area Community College last year, leading the junior college nation in 6 different offensive categories. Here's the first pitch to her from Courtney Wallace. It's called strike 1. Sophia led in runs with 105, hits with 117, home runs with 29, RBIs with 92, total bases at 234, and she walked 40 times to lead the National Junior College statistical categories. Here she looks to slap again and pulls the bat back, but now down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Sophia moved up in the lineup here. She's batting the number 5 spot. Amber DeSena follows her and meet up in the number 6 spot. Here's the 0-2 that's down and away. Sophia with a .300 batting average, 18 hits and 60 at-bats after game number 1. She was 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Her last hit came against Minnesota in game number 3 on Sunday. Here's the 1-2, a pitch that's upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Courtney Wallace started game number 1 for Nebraska. Went 3 innings there, gave up just 1 hit. She threw only 31 pitches and was relieved by Kaylin Kinney to finish it out. So here is the 2-2, and it's called strike 3. May have been a little high, but sometimes these umpires, they stretch their strike zone. That's the second strikeout of the game for Courtney Wallace, and it brings up Amber DeSena. I think, just trying to, consistency is huge, and I think that's certainly what the batters are looking for, is they're taught where the strike zone is and not to swing at bad pitches, and I think Sophia saw that to be a bad pitch, a little bit high, but the umpire called her out on strikes. And so that'll bring up DeSena. DeSena comes in with a 200 average, 13 hits in 65 at-bats. In game number 1, Amber was 0 for 2 with a strikeout. The sophomore from Concord, California, up in the Bay Area. She had a one hit in 7 at-bats in the Minnesota series. She is even in the count here, 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's one she lifts out to left center field, and it's going to bounce in front of and behind the center fielder, and that's going to allow Amber DeSena to slide into second base with a double. Caitlin Neal tried to play it off the hop. We'll see what the official score is. It'll be at least a single. Here she lifts it over top of Billy Andrews at short and just in front of Caitlin Neal. She doesn't even touch it. So we'll give her a double until it changes. So she's on second base with 1 out. And Maggie Vasa will step to the batter's box. Maggie getting a little bit of playing time. She's playing in front of family, and at home she's from Papillon, Nebraska, which is outside of Omaha. She last played in the Maryland series. She didn't play at all against Minnesota. Here is the 0-1 now, becomes no balls and 2 strikes. She was 0 for 2 in each of the 2 games that she played in, where she came in at second base. She does not have a hit on the season. She's got 9 at-bats and no hits. This is her second game, first game started actually. And she's down in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. We are in the top of the second inning. Nebraska leads Iowa 2-1. This is the second game of the doubleheader. Here's the 1-2 from Courtney Wallace, a swing and a miss. That ball tailed down away from Maggie, and she tried to get a level cut, missed it pretty badly. So that's the 3rd strikeout for Courtney Wallace. And that brings up Marissa Peak. Marissa Peak, the sophomore from Wentzville, Missouri, getting a start here today. She started at catcher on Sunday against Minnesota, was 0 for 1 at the plate. Here's the first pitch to her that's down and in. Amber DeSena on second base, 2 outs. And Marissa Peak playing behind the plate today, at the plate in a batting position here. She's hit safely in 3 of her last 4 games coming into this doubleheader. She didn't play in game 1. Here's the pitch that's down and in, so it's 2 balls and no strike. At Maryland on the 2nd of April, she had 2 hits. One of them created an RBI in that Maryland series. In the 2 games she played, she was 3 for 5. Ahead in the count here at 2 balls and no strikes on Courtney Wallace. Here is the pitch, one that she rips right through the circle, right of second base, but it keeps the Hawkeyes from scoring from second base. That's Amber DeSena. Now Nebraska throwing the ball around, and they throw it away at home as Marissa Peak rounded first, acted like she was going to second, so they tried to throw the ball. They threw the ball down to second to get her after she singled. Amber DeSena was held up on the throw to home, and so the catcher throws down to second. Then they try to go back home, and there's nobody standing on the plate as the catcher had moved about 4 strides down the third base line, Ava Bredwell, and the pitcher, Courtney Wallace, was to the other side of the plate, and nobody was standing on home plate. It allowed Amber DeSena to score, so that ties the game at 2 apiece, with Marissa Peak now at first base. After the single, she ripped that right up through the circle. And the Hawks running, making Nebraska play it in the infield. Marissa Peak now will end up at second base. So with 2 outs, runner at second, and Riley Moss at the plate. Nebraska, now the infield is in the circle, talking about strategy. Needed to get things squared away. Riley Moss does not have a batting average to speak of. She's had 5 plate appearances and no hits. This is, though, her 24th appearance and her first start as a Hawkeye. She's been primarily used as a pinch runner. And the slap hitter batting in the number 9 spot looks at a pitch that's down and away from her. Out of Muscatine, Riley is. Muscatine, notable of their high school softball, a 2-time All-Stater. Just short of 100 stolen bases in her career. Riley was after the 220 high school season, was the Iowa top 9 elite team. Those are the 9 best players, according to one opinion, in the state. Her father played baseball at UNI. Here is the 3-0. It's called strike one. Riley just celebrated her 19th birthday a month ago. And she's still ahead in the count at 3 balls and 1 strike. Marissa Peak at second base. Hawks have scored to tie the game at 2. Here's Riley Moss with the slap hit down the left field line and foul. Nebraska won the first game 14-1 in 5 innings, scoring 11 times in the top of the second inning. And pretty much dominating the Hawks. Actually, it was the top or the bottom of the third inning that they did all that run scoring. 2-2 game here. Roddy Moss at the plate. Here's one that she'll foul back. I'm not so certain that didn't hit the catcher's glove. So I'm not sure what the ruling is, but Roddy Moss will come out. She may have been out of the batter's box. I think that's what the umpire is calling, that said that she was out of the batter's box. So the Hawks do get a run. They leave a runner on second base, and they tie the game at 2-2. The Nebraska Cornhuskers will come to bat in the bottom of the second inning when play resumes. It's 2-2 between Iowa and Nebraska.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Home of the Hawkeyes, Finkbine Golf Course and Bumps Restaurant is open for the 2022 golf season, featuring 18 holes of public golf at the beautiful Finkbine Golf Course, as well as handcrafted American fare. So stop by today to enjoy quality golf at Finkbine and excellent food at Bumps Restaurant. Again, Finkbine Golf Course, the University of Iowa men's golf team will be hosting the Hawkeye Invitational this next weekend. The 15th and the 16th. That is this coming weekend. So get on out and watch this Iowa men's golf team. Pretty steady group of performers swinging the clubs. You can follow them along Finkbine Golf Course and enjoy the beautiful scenery that goes with it. So Nebraska comes to the plate with a game at 2-2. So Roddy Moss, again, the official ruling on it was that she stepped out of the batter's box. And here's Peyton Glatter with an opposite field single between Sophia Morris and Amber DeSena. Peyton Glatter with a single to start the bottom of the second inning for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Glatter, a .237 hitter, 19 of 80 coming into this game. Glatter in the first game today was 1 for 2, and she scored a run. She's on first base, leading off this bottom of the second inning with a single. Brings up Brooke Andrews, year-older sister to Billy Andrews, facing Emma Henderson in the circle. Here is the pitch. It's a bunt. Kalena Burns does a nice job to cover or pick it up, and then Maggie Vasa racing over from second base to take the throw from Kalena Burns, and that's one gone in Nebraska's bottom of the second. Peyton Glatter moves on to second base and brings up Billy Andrews at the plate. She reached on an error in her first at-bat in this game, and she would steal second and eventually score on the single by Ybarra, who would then score on the single by Sydney Gray. And those are the two runs that Nebraska has in this second game of the doubleheader between the Hawks and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Emma Henderson in the circle for the Hawks here in game number 2. Again, with just 6 innings pitched coming into the game, but she needs to get experience as quickly and best as she possibly can. Here is the first pitch to Billy Andrews. It's upstairs, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Billy Andrews, a .387 hitter, 1 for 4 in game number 1 with a couple of RBIs, and she also scored a run. Ahead of the count here at 1 ball and no strikes. The leadoff hitter for Nebraska. Looking out there at Emma Henderson. Here's the pitch as she gets around on, hits it out to right field. Nia Carter watching it go over the fence in the opposite field. In right field, may have had a little tailwind with it. And now Billy Andrews with a 2-run home run. And it's the 18th of the season for her. She continues to set the home run record in a single season for a sophomore. It was at 17 where she's at now. Now it's up to 18. And for this Nebraska Cornhusker softball team, that is home run number 59. And a 4-2 lead for Nebraska here in the bottom of the second inning. It brings up Cam Ybarra. And now Devin Greer will come in. Devin Greer will come in for the Hawks. Devin making her 17th appearance. She has started 4 games, does have 41 innings pitched, so she the third leading innings pitcher for the Hawks at 41, behind Denali Lecker and Brianna Vasquez. Greer, Devin, 42 hits. She's given up 37 runs, 34 of them earned, and a 5.80 ERA. She's walked 27 batters and struck out 22. But Devin, much like Emma, even, Denali Lecker, they're all young pitchers, just learning, really, how to pitch at this level, getting used to it. And they're taking their lumps, at least now they have been, for now. So for Devin Greer, she did not play in the Maryland series last weekend. Her last appearance in the circle came against Minnesota in the second game. That was on Sunday. Excuse me, yeah, she did pitch against Minnesota twice. She went 2 1/3 innings on the game on Sunday, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs. They all were earned. And then she also pitched on Friday, the night that the Hawks came from behind an 8-2 deficit, win that game 9-8. Devin Greer came in, and she went 5 1/3 innings. 2 hits she gave up, no runs, and she walked 2 and struck out 2. So Devin Greer in the circle for the Hawks, the freshman out of Huntington Beach, California. And she's working against the Cam Ybarra. Ybarra singled and scored in her first at-bat. And the count is even at 1-1. Devin Greer, the freshman pitcher, in the circle for the Hawks. Here's the 1-1, and Ybarra will get underneath it. Coming down the first base line and in foul territory is Kalena Burns. And again, the wind plays it a little bit too strongly for her. She overruns it, and it falls behind her. And it becomes 1 ball and 2 strikes. You can see how hard she's coming down the line, and the next thing you know, she realizes it's behind her. And it's going to be a 1-2-strike count on Ybarra when play resumes. Devin Greer in the circle. Sophia Morris is at short in this game. She plays between second and short. Here's the 1-2 that's upstairs. Playing second base for the Hawks is Maggie Vasa. At third base is Amber DeSena. In left field is Riley Moss, a freshman. In center field is sophomore Brodie Klosterman. And in right field is junior Nia Carter for the Hawks. Behind the plate is the sophomore Marissa Peak. Here's one that's hit out to right field, right at Nia Carter. Played it nicely, had to run back a couple of steps and to her right a few steps, and she makes the out. That's out number 2 in this bottom of the second inning. Tied at 4, 2-run home run hit by Billy Andrews, an opposite field home run. Brings up Sydney Gray. Gray singled in her first at-bat, an RBI single. That scored Cam Ybarra. Here's the first pitch from Devin Greer to Gray. Gray comes into this at-bat with a .333 average, 40 hits and 120 at-bats. And in game 1, she was 1 for 1 and 3 runs scored. Here's one she tags out to left field, and coming in to try to make the play is Roddy Moss. Can't get it. And the single falls in front of Riley Moss. Got hit right off the end of the bat, which didn't give it a lot of power out to left field. Riley trying to make a valiant effort to come up with it. And it bounces in front of her, and so Sydney Gray is at first base with a single. And it brings up Maya Felder. Felder flew out to Nia Carter in her first at-bat. Here comes the first offering from Devin Greer, a pitch that Felder will hit out to center field right at Briley Klosterman. Sydney Gray moves on to second. Back-to-back singles here with 2 outs to go with the 2 runs that they've already scored. And it brings up Abby Squire. Squire flew out to Roddy Moss in left field, and Roddy made a great catch out there on the run, falling to the ground. Abby Squire with a .360 average, 40 hits and 111 at-bats. Squire in the first game today, 2 for 2 with an RBI, 3 runs scored. And here's the first pitch to her from Devin Greer. And the pitch is called strike 1 in the outside corner. Nebraska leads 4-2. This is the bottom of the second inning. Runners at first and second and 2 outs. Very breezy as the rain and storms are approaching Lincoln at the present time, and I think they're going to be able to stay away until at least through the end of this game. That's why the first game was moved up to a 3 o'clock start time and not start at 4 as regularly scheduled, because the second game would have gone into the night. They weren't quite sure that they'd be able to get that in with the impending rainstorm coming. No balls and 2 strikes now on Abby Squire. Here's the 0-2 that's upstairs, and she doesn't chase. So 1 ball and 2 strikes on the sophomore left fielder, Abby Squire. Here's the pitch from Devin Greer. One that's off speed. Squire gets a hold of it. The tag on the force on Sydney Gray will end this bottom of the second inning. They get 2. They lead 4-2. As we head into the top of the third inning, that'll be the top of the order for the Co-Hawks, Brodie Klosterman. When play resumes, this is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Well, the Iowa baseball team is in action today. They're in Milwaukee playing against the University of Milwaukee. It's actually in Franklin Franklin is just suburbs south and west of Milwaukee. That game starts at 6 o'clock tonight. So they're just in their preparation for that game. Iowa baseball team playing pretty well. Did lose a couple against Illinois this past weekend, but still on the winning side. Got some nice talent over there for head coach Rick Heller. Hopefully they can end up with a very productive, successful season. Just getting into the thick of the Big Ten season right now. They play their regular season all the way through the end of May. The Hawks after today, the softball team, after this second game here, the Hawks will have to hustle home as they bring in Ohio State for a series this weekend. And that'll be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday's game is a 5 o'clock start time from Bob Pearl Field. On Saturday, 2 o'clock, and then Sunday will be a noon start time, just the regularly scheduled games. Hopefully the weather will stay away, although I know it's supposed to get cooler this weekend. But come on out to Bob Pearl and cheer on this Iowa Hawkeye softball team. And the Hawks will be off on the road the following weekend as they head to Illinois. So Bronte Klosterman steps to the batter's box, left-handed batter's box. She singled and would score in her first at-bat. Scored on the Kalena Burns sacrifice fly. She now down in the count of no balls and 2 strikes. The sophomore from North Liberty, prepping at Iowa City Liberty High School, 3-time All-Stater. Niece of Wes Obermuller, former University of Iowa baseball player and Major League player. So she's got athletics in her family pedigree. Now they're showing a graphic of the seriousness of the storm. I guess it's going to be just a little bit north and east of the Omaha area. Here's the 1-2 to Briley. Reaches out. She'll dribble it over to first base, and picking up there and touching first base, Maya Felder. And that's out number 1 for the Hawks in the top of the 3rd inning. Nia Carter steps to the plate. Nia struck out in her last at-bat. Nia, with a .432 average, was 1 for 2 in the first game today. Stroked a single in her very first at-bat, and then was forced at second base, and then she grounded out to third base in her second at-bat. Only 2 at-bats for the Hawks in that first game, in which they lost 14-1. Down 4-2 here in the top of the 3rd inning. .89 degrees in Lincoln. It's very, very warm and humid. That's all that soupy air can cause the possibility for some storms tonight. Here is the 2-0 that now becomes 3 balls and no strikes. Courtney Wallace in the circle for Nebraska. She, the National Fast Pitch Coaches Association All-Midwest Region 2nd team last year, led Nebraska in wins, appearances, complete games, and innings. Here is the 3-0 that becomes 3 balls and 1 strike on the junior outfielder, Nia Carter, from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Here's the 3-1 that she bounces to the left of the second baseman. She can't get to it, and so Nia Carter, with another hit here in this series, in this doubleheader, just bounces this one to the left of second base and to the right of first. They can't get to it, so Nia on base with 1 out, and it brings up Kalena Burns. Kalena with a solo home run in game number 1 as Iowa's only run. Steps into the right-handed batter's box. Burns with a batting average .271, 23 hits and 86 at-bats, 85 at-bats. She had a sacrifice fly in her first at-bat here. Here's one that she'll bounce right to third base, and it bounces off of the body of the third baseman over there, Sydney Gray. She kept it in front of her, but she didn't have enough time to pick it up to either get the force at second on Nia Carter, and nor get Kalena Burns at first base. So with one out, Iowa with runners at first and second, and Emma Henderson will step to the plate. Emma, the 5'8" freshman from Battleground, Indiana, also pitching in this game. Emma, in her first at-bat, grounded out to Gray at third base. Haley Down now has come in to run for Kalena Burns. Down used primarily as a pinch runner, which she's doing here in the top of the third inning. Haley Down has had numerous, this is her 20th appearance. And looks like the Hawks, I see it's Devin Greer is in the batter's box. Emma Henderson, the designated player, so they could switch them around. Devin Greer now the left-handed batter in the left-handed batter's box with a 1-1 count on her. She takes a cut and misses it. Greer on the season has only 3 at-bats, no hits. She's down to the count of the ball and 2 strikes. Teammates at first and second, 1 out. Here, top of the third. Here is the pitch that she'll foul it into the backstop. Stays alive in this at-bat. Hawks trailing 4-2. Sophia Morris is the scheduled batter next. Here is the 1-2 from Courtney Wallace. The pitch is down and in. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Devin Greer, the freshman from Huntington Beach, California. Here's the 2-2 from Courtney Wallace. And one that she'll lift in deep short, very shallow outfield. Billy Andrews will come up with the catch. And that is out number 2 for the Hawks. Top of the third inning, brings up Sophia Morris. Sophia comes into this game 300 hitter. Here's the first pitch that's called ball 1. In her first at bat in this game, she struck out, which would have been her 21st strikeout of the season. So she's now 18 hits and 61 at-bats for the junior from Johnston, Junior College National Player of the Year last year at Des Moines Area Community College. In the first game today, she 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Here's one that's up and in on her, so it's 3 balls and no strikes on the junior from Johnston. Had a hit against Drake. It was a double. She had 1 hit in the Minnesota series in Sunday's game, but she had been on a 7-game hitless streak prior to that. So she's trying to get back on that hitting ways. Here is the 3-0. That's ball 4. So that'll load the bases for the Hawks here in the top of the third inning, and it brings up Amber DeSena. Amber DeSena, the sophomore third baseman out of Concord, California. 200 hitter, 14 and 66 at-bats. She doubled in her last at-bat and would score. Could certainly use that here with the bases loaded, but more importantly, and what head coach Renee Gillespie telling her is put the bat on the ball and drive it. Here's the 0-1 from Courtney Wallace to DeSena down and in on her, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. At first base is Sophia Morris, who just drew a walk. Second base is Haley Down running for Kalena Burns, who reached on an error. And Nia Carter with one out, had a single. She's at third base right now. Here's the 1-1 to DeSena, down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Good hitting pitch coming up here. Knows that Courtney Wallace has to come to her. See if Amber DeSena can pick it out and drive it. 4-2 the lead for Nebraska. The number 1 team, the top team in the Big Ten right now, unbeaten here, is the 2-1. That's down and in. 3 balls and 1 strike on the sophomore Amber DeSena. DeSena was 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the first game. Saw her batting average dip 6 points. Here's one that hits right back to the pitcher in the circle, Courtney Wallace. She backhands it, comes up with the play, and on to first for the out. The Hawks get the bases loaded, can't do anything with it, and will trail 4-2 going into the bottom of the third inning. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home broken-hearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Iowa City Tire and Service is a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. Iowa Hawkeye softball, again, they host Ohio State this coming weekend, Friday's game at 5 o'clock. They go to Illinois the following weekend. They will be in Ames on the 26th for the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series matchup with the Iowa State Cyclones. Then they will head to Northwestern on the 29th of April, 30th, and May 1st. And then it's Purdue at home, Northern Iowa on May 4th. And then and that is in, I believe that's in Cedar Falls, it is. And then they're home for Purdue. So this season, the longest part of it is over early because they play a number of games, heading into the Big Ten season where they were 16-10. And now they're playing the Big Ten season, trying to work their way through a very difficult schedule. And leading it off for Nebraska is Ava Breadwell, working against Devin Greer. Devin Greer came in the bottom of the second inning. Pitch to Ybarra, got her to pop up. Here's one that's hit out just over the top of Maggie Vasa. Second base, Nia Carter hustling over there to scoop it up. But on first base is Ava Breadwell. That is her second hit of this game. Both of them singles. 317 hitter. In game number 1, Breadwell was 2 for 3 with 5 runs batted in. Getting a full team effort out of this Nebraska Cornhusker team. 14-1 in game 1. Now they lead 4-2. Nobody out, runner at first. And the batter is Caitlin Neal. Neal with a grand slam home run in game number 1. Part of that 11-run third inning. Neal hit into a fielder's choice in her first at-bat in this game. Now is ahead of the count at 2 balls and no strikes. Caitlin on the season, a .267 hitter, 16 hits, and now in 61 at-bats. She batting number 7 in the lineup. Here is the 2-0. Downstairs, 3 balls and no strikes to the sophomore center fielder, Caitlin Neal, with the teammate at first base and Ava Breadwell, who just singled. Nobody out. 3-0 pitch from Devin Greer, strike 1, right down the middle. So 3 balls and 1 strike on Caitlin Neal from Devin Greer. Here's the pitch from Greer. Again, strike 2. Nice pitch right down the middle. We'll see if Devin can get her to pop up, ground out, or strike out here. Full count on the sophomore center fielder Caitlin Neal. Here's the windup and the pitch from Devin Greer, a pitch that she hits out to right field right at Nia Carter. Played it nicely, and that's 1 out in Nebraska's bottom of the 3rd inning. Peyton Glatter will step to the plate. Peyton singled and scored in her last at-bat. She's the number 8 hitter, playing the designated player role in this game, a .237 hitter, now 20 of 81, 8 doubles and a home run to her credit. Has a runner, a teammate, Ava Breadwell at first base. Here's the pitch from Devin Greer. Nice pitch by Devin. Off-speed pitch that crosses the plate. It froze Glatter in that left-handed batter's box. No balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Devin Greer. And just missed grazing her right elbow on the inside, so it's a ball and a strike. Peyton Glatter has started in 119 games for Nebraska, leading the team with 8 doubles on the season. Here is the 1-1. That now becomes 2 balls and 1 strike. Interesting that everybody in the lineup for Nebraska has at least 1 home run. They all have at least 3 doubles. Up and down the lineup. Here is the 2-1 from Greer, just off the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. One out in Nebraska's bottom of the 3rd inning. They lead it 4-2. Peyton Glatter, the number 8 hitter at the plate. Here's one that she rips down the right field line. And Nia Carter doing a great job of on the run, making the catch. And they're going to double up. Now let me think about this. Now, wait a minute. Good catch by Nia Carter. She gets it into second base. I guess Ava Breadwell does not attempt to go to second. So there's 2 outs, and Ava will remain at first base and bring up Brooke Andrews. Andrews, the number 9 hitter. Nice movement. Great break on that hit by Nia Carter to come up with that catch out in right field. Brooke Andrews looking at Devin Greer, and it's a pitch that's down and in, so it's ball 1. Devin with a long look in to home plate to find out exactly where that pitch was not a strike. So 1 ball and no strikes on the number 9 hitter, Brooke Andrews. Hawks need to get out of this inning right here. Here's the 1-0. Brooke will hit it, lift it up down the left field line. It'll be well out of the reach of Amber DeSena from third and Sophia Morris at shortstop. So the count is up to 1 ball and 1 strike on Brooke Andrews, 244 hitter coming into this at-bat, or into this game. She's had a sacrifice bunt in her first at-bat, so no official at-bat for Brooke Andrews. Here is the 1-1 tour that's upstairs, and she doesn't commit to swinging. Brooke with 22 hits in 90 at-bats, 6 doubles, a triple, and she has hit 3 home runs. A long way from her sister, Billy Andrews, who has 18 home runs, and she's already hit a home run here in this game. Here is the 2-1 that's away. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Brooke Andrews has started three different positions at third base, center field, and in right field this season, so she's a multi-position player. And ahead in the count of 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Devin Greer, one that Brooke gets after to left field, and she knocks it off the scoreboard. And a home run for Brooke Andrews. A 2-run home run with 2 outs. As Brooke Andrews runs the bases, follows teammate Ava Breadwell. A 2-out, 2-run home run gives Nebraska now a 6-2 lead. And we go to the top of the order with Billy Andrews. Now that is some kind of hitting display for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. They lead the Big Ten in home runs, have hit 2 more here, so they're up to 61 home runs on the season. And for Brooke Andrews, it gives her RBIs 12 and 13. Sister Billy leads the team in RBIs with 44. She's at the plate. She is 1 for 2, 2 runs scored, a 2-run home run. Here she'll pop up to the infield, and just making the play is Sophia Morris. Having judged it, and she had to backpedal a little bit. But Nebraska, with 2 outs, gets a 2-run home run from Brooke Andrews to take a 6-2 lead into the top of the 4th inning. When play resumes, Maggie Vasa, the number 7 hitter, will begin it for the Hawks. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available, no referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sports medicine. So Nebraska keeps inching away from the Hawkeyes here in this game. No huge innings like they did in Game 1 when they scored 11 runs in the 3rd inning. But they do get 2 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, and 2 in the 3rd to take a 6-2 lead. Whereas Iowa got 1 in the 1st as Brody Klosterman singled to start the game, moved her way around, scored on a sac fly by Kalena Burns. Iowa would get Amber DeSena to score their 2nd run of the game in the 2nd inning. She doubled and then would eventually score. And then the 3rd inning, the Hawks had the bases loaded, couldn't do anything with it. Now we go into the top of the 4th. Maggie Vasa at the plate. We'll see if head coach Renee Gillespie makes a change. Gets a pinch hitter in there, but she does not. So Maggie Vasa at the plate. Here's one she lifts up into left center field, going back to the wall. It's gone! Maggie Vasa gets a hold of the very first pitch from Courtney Wallace and puts it out over the left center field wall. You could tell from the moment that ball left the bat that she had all kinds of strength into it, and it drifted a long ways, that into the wind too, my friends. And for Maggie Vasa, that is her very first home run as an Iowa Hawkeye. She picked the right pitch, got the fat part of the bat out on it, and gave it a ride. That makes it a 6-3 ball game. Way to go, Hawks. Maggie Vasa, the freshman from Papillon, Nebraska, showing a little bit of power in front of her family. And for Courtney Wallace, she gave up a home run to Kalena Burns. I believe that was Kinney that did that. So Courtney Wallace has given up 9 home runs on the season. You know, we haven't even seen Olivia Farrell yet. She is their top pitcher. Going with Courtney Wallace through most of these 2 games. And she's got an even count now on Marissa Peak at the plate, the sophomore catcher from Wentzville, Missouri. Marissa, in her first at-bat, singled. Stranded at second base. Here's one that she'll bounce foul. So Peak, as a sophomore, 19 hits, 20 hits, and 69 at-bats. 4 doubles. She's hit a couple of home runs. Hawks trailing 6-3. Make a game out of this, girls. Here comes the 1-2 from Courtney Wallace. One that Peak will get up into the air and drift it foul, and trying to play it just in front of the Nebraska dugout is the first baseman, Maya Felder. I think she was kind of shy about running into that into that dugout fence, and she kind of took her eye off it, couldn't make a good judgment on it. So Marissa Peak will remain at the plate with a 1-2 count on her. We're in the top of the fourth inning. It's a 6-3 Nebraska lead. Was 6-2 till moments ago when Maggie Vasa with a solo home run. Here's a bouncer to Billy Andrews. She picks it up and fires across the diamond. And that's one out in Iowa's top of the fourth inning. Riley Moss now will step to the plate. Riley, the freshman out of Muscatine. In her first at-bat, was called out for stepping out of the batter's box. I know she stepped on the batter's box line. I don't know if that's an automatic out or not, but the slap hitter trying to do the same thing here in this at-bat, moving those feet in that batter's box, trying to find that pitch, place it somewhere, and run until she can't run anymore. Riley played in the Minnesota series this past weekend. Scored a run in Saturday's game, the 5-2 loss in 8 innings. Here is the 0-1, now becomes no balls and 2 strikes. Roddy Moss, a 5'5 freshman out of Muscatine. Played on some really fine softball teams. Muscatine noted for their high school softball. Here's the 0-2 that's upstairs. Two-time All-Stater at Muscatine. She was on the top 9 elite team of Iowa back in the 2020 season, which is the top 9 players across the state. Her father played baseball at the University of Northern Iowa. So the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Courtney Wallace. Down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This only had the second start of the season for Riley. She started against Wisconsin in the first game, and she had 1 plate appearance and no result from it. Probably a ground out, fly out, whatever. No positive result, if you will. But she's worked the count now to a 3-2 one with 1 out, nobody on base. Maggie Vasa with a solo home run earlier in this at-bat to start this at-bat. Here's Maggie. She will bounce it right to Billy Andrews, and Andrews quickly picks it up and fires across the diamond for the second out of this at-bat for the Hawks. Billy Andrews quickly, very quick hands and a super quick release. She knows she doesn't have a lot of time to catch the speedy Moss. She got it in her glove, and she got her hand on the ball and in a throwing position. Wow, nice play. Bring to the top of the order, Briley Klosterman. Briley bounced to first in her last at-bat, singled and would eventually score in her first at-bat back in the first inning. Nebraska leading 6-3. We're in the top of the fourth inning. Roddy Klosterman will foul off the first pitch. Briley, at the end of last season, hit safely in 11 of 15 games, so she really came on strong. Here's one that she lifts out to right field. Nice piece of hitting by Briley Klosterman. Went with the pitch. Was able to pull it. It was an off-speed pitch, but she got the fat part of the bat out around it and hits it out to right field. So Briley 2 for 3 on this day. In this game, that is. In game number 1, Briley was 0 for 2, so she's really atoned for that mess up. That game, here's Nia Carter. She'll fly one out to left field on the first pitch, and there to make the catch on the Nia Carter fly ball is Abby Squire. Well, the Hawks get a run, a solo home run from Maggie Vasa, close the gap to 6-3. Nebraska comes to the plate in the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be Cam Ybarra, the number 2 hitter in the lineup, when play resumes.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast here this afternoon. In Game 1, it was Nebraska all over the Hawks, 14-1. They scored 11 runs in the bottom of the third inning. Got a grand slam home run in that game from Caitlin Neal, or in that inning from Caitlin Neal. But 11 runs to take a 14-0 lead, and Iowa could only muster up another run over the course of the next 2 at-bats. Thus, the mercy run rule, would end the Hawks in that first game 14-1. In game number 2 now, it's 6-3, the lead for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, the team that leading the Big Ten right now with a 9-0 record, the only Big Ten team that's unbeaten in the league. And they are on a roll here right now. Hitting-wise especially, they're going to win a lot of games, if not a majority of them, just because they can hit the ball well alone. Their pitching is better than average, certainly pretty good. But it's going to be the hitting that's going to be probably the best for Nebraska in this softball season, but certainly off to a great start now, 29-9 overall. And 9-0 in the Big Ten. Hawks giving them a fight here, though, in this Game 2. Devin Greer remains in the circle. Greer came in the bottom of the second inning. In place of Emma Henderson, and she's been there ever since. Greer's done that before. I think last Friday when Denali Lecker got into some trouble against Minnesota when they scored 8 runs in that top of the second inning and didn't score again. Devin Greer came in and finished the job off for the Hawks. Right now facing Cam Ybarra. Ybarra has made 98 starts for the Huskers, make it 99. Holding a .360 batting average this season. She now at .364 after her production in game number 1. Here is the 1-1. That's now 2 balls and 1 strike. She singled and scored an RBI single in the first inning, and she flew out to Nia Carter in right field. That's when Devin Greer first came in the circle for the Hawks. 2 balls and a strike on the number 2 hitter, Cam Ybarra. Here's one that she'll bounce to the left of Vasa and to the right of Kalena Burns, and Ybarra on with her second hit of the game. And the 4th of the series. 4 for 7 in this doubleheader matchup between the Hawks and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So nobody out. Sydney Gray will step to the plate. She singled in her last at-bat and was forced at second by Maggie Vasa to finish that inning. Here's one that she'll fouled on the right field line, hitting out there and falling between both Vasa and Nia Carter is the ball. Nia comes and picks it up and fires it home to Marissa Peak. But in the meantime, Cam Ybarra on her way to third. I would assume they'll give a base hit to Sydney Gray. That was between Maggie Vasa and Nia Carter as she popped it up, but it was far enough down the right field line, and neither one really could get after it. We'll see what they record the play as Gray went down to second base. So runners on second and third, nobody out. That wind was pushing that ball out further to right field, and it was in the right place that neither could really get at it right away, although it just tips off the end of Maggie Vasa, and Nia Carter had to go retrieve it. So nobody out. Runners at second and third, and it brings up Maya Felder. Felder singled sharply in her last at-bat. Here's one that she'll lift to the outfield. Push and Brodie Klosterman back. She off of the wall. And 2 more runs will score for Nebraska as Maya Felder with a long single. She hit this one, and it goes beyond the reach of Brodie Klosterman. And bounced off the warning track and the wall. And then Cam Ybarra and Sydney Gray both will come around and score to make it an 8-2 ball game. Felder will be at second base when play resumes. And head coach Renee Gillespie bringing in Brianna Vasquez. Vasquez started game 1 and only threw for 2 innings. Gave up 4 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. And then Denali Lecker would give up 9 runs and 9 earned runs in just 2/3 innings. But Brianna just getting 2 innings pitched in that second game, or in that first game, coming into this doubleheader. Vasquez had 86 innings pitched, 107 hits, 67 runs, 57 of them earned, and a 4.64 ERA. So let's add those to what she did in game number 1, where her 2 innings pitched give her 88 for the season. 4 hits are now up to 111. 3 runs up to 70. All were earned, that up to 60. So her ERA will increase a little bit. She did face 11 batters and threw 43 pitches. I think, head coach Renee Gillespie is certainly going to use Brianna Vasquez as much as possible, but she's got a lot of young pitchers that she needs to get some time in the circle for. So I would think that Vasquez will be used from time to time, maybe even in every game, even for 1 or 2 innings. But, she's got those young pitchers that she needs to get time for. But Brianna Vasquez now will come onto the field and inherit a runner at second base in Maya Felder. She with the 2 RBI double. Well, it's a single that turned into a double. And Abby Squire comes to the plate. Squire hit into a fielder's choice in her last at-bat and flew out to left field to Roddy Moss in her first. Here's the pitch that's up and in. Yeah, Felder at second base. Squire, sophomore left fielder, 40 hits and 111 bats coming into this game. So she's 40 and 113. Here is the 1-0. That's now 2 balls and no strikes. 8-3 the lead for Nebraska. This is the bottom of the 4th inning. Runner at second base, nobody out. Brianna Vasquez in the circle for the Hawks. Here is the pitch to Squire that's up and in. 3 balls and no strikes. Very windy day in Lincoln, but very warm. Temperature in the middle 80s right now. And it's going to drop because of the storm front that will be moving through there here in the next few hours. But they're enjoying the heat while they have it right now. Here is the 3-0, becomes ball 4, and that puts runners at first and second. Ava Breadwell will come to the plate, singled and scored in their last at-bat, singled in her first at-bat. So Ava with 2 hits in this game. And Breadwell in game number 1 was 2 for 3, so she's 4 for 6. And it looks like head coach Rhonda Ravel is going to be making some changes here, probably getting, so she's got a pinch runner coming in for Maya Felder. That is Camille Armendariz. Should be in a pinch run here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And standing on second base, here is the first pitch to Ava Breadwell. That's up and in. Ball 1 on Breadwell, freshman catcher, 2 for 2 in this game. Here is the 1-0. An off-speed pitch just off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Here now the 2-0 pitch from Brianna Vasquez. Camille Amenderes running. Here's the pitch. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. Amenderes comes in making her 20th appearance. She's been primarily a pinch runner, has scored 10 runs, but she does have 12 at-bats and a couple of hits. As a matter of fact, hit her first career hit, a home run against Northern Colorado earlier this season. Here's one that's down and in. Ball 4. So that'll walk the bases loaded, and it'll bring up Caitlin Neal. Neal in this situation in Game 1 popped a home run out to right center field. In this game, Neal is 0 for 2 as Marissa Peak goes out to the circle to talk with Brianna Vasquez. Caitlin Neal 1 for 3 in Game 1 with 4 RBIs, that being the Grand Slam home run. She also struck out in that game. Neal hitting .267, 16 of 62 now. 4 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs. Has the bases loaded in front of her with nobody out. Bottom of the 4th inning. Here's the pitch from Vasquez. Neal hits it, line drive right back to Vasquez. They try to double off and get the runner at third base. That is Camille Armendariz. So Caitlin Neal rips one right back to the circle where Brianna Vasquez will catch it. And that really is a big out for the Hawks. It takes the runner off third base. Runners remain at first and second. And Peyton Glatter will come to the plate. Here's the pitch that's called strike 1. Good reaction by Brianna Vasquez. Catch that line drive and get it sent over to third base to double off the runner. Holds up what could have been a big inning for Nebraska. Again, they just keep separating themselves from the Hawks. Here's an off-speed pitch. It's upstairs. Brianna Vasquez giving a long look back at the plate just to see where that pitch was not a strike. I think the umpire saw it high and inside. So 1-1 is the count. Here is the pitch to Glatter, a pitch that's strike 2, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Peyton Glatter flew out to Ania Carter in her second at bat, singled and scored back in the 2nd inning. .237 average, and in Game 1 she was 1 for 2. Here's one that she'll hit right to Kalena Burns, who fields it and steps on first, and that will end Nebraska in this bottom of the 4th inning. But they get 2 more runs, and they lead it 8-3 as we head into the top of the 5th inning. It'll be Nia Carter. Actually, it'll be Kalena Burns when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley, and we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number 1.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the #1 automotive shop in Iowa City,
where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball.
Home of the Hawkeyes, Finkbine Golf Course and Bumps Restaurant is open for the 2022 golf season, featuring 18 holes of public golf at Finkbine and as well as handcrafted American fare. Stop by today to enjoy quality golf at Finkbine and great food from Bumps Restaurant. The University of Iowa men's golf team will be hosting the Hawkeye Invitational this coming weekend on Saturday and Sunday. So get on out and work your way around the course and watch the golfers. A number of teams, I believe 8 teams, will be participating in it in the Hawkeye Open Hawkeye Invitational this weekend out of Finkbine Golf Course. We thank them for being part of our Hawkeye softball broadcast here in 2022. We head to the top of the 5th inning, and it looks as if Emma Henderson has picked up a bat. Going to be batting for Kalena Burns. She's at least, well, no, we'll see. I mean, she's in the lineup anyway. Kalena Burns will be stepping to the plate. Excuse my misjudgment here. Courtney Wallace, first pitch to Kalena Burns is down and in. It's an 8-3 game, the lead for Nebraska. They're in the top of the 5th inning. Here in this second game of the doubleheader, Nebraska won game 1 14-1 in 5 innings and lead now 8-3 after scoring 2 in the bottom of their 4th inning. She's down on the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. As 2 balls and no strikes. Talking about Courtney Wallace, the senior pitcher. Second team National Fast Pitch Coaches All Midwest Region team a year ago. It encompasses a lot of athletes. Here is the 2-0 that Kalena gets around on and fouls it back into the backstop. Kalena got on an error in her last at bat, and back in the first inning hit a sacrifice fly that scored Briley Klosterman. Hit a solo home run in game number 1 and is ahead of the count at 2 balls and 1 strike in this at bat. Here's the pitch from Wallace, down and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. On the junior first baseman, also has played some third base for the Hawks. Definitely a good gloving infielder, and she'll draw the walk. So Kalena Burns draws a leadoff walk for the Hawks. And for Burns, that is the 10th time that she's been walked this season. And it'll bring up Emma Henderson. Here's the first pitch to Emma. Gets away from the catcher. That'll send Burns down to second base. Imagine it'll be a wild pitch because it bounced well in front of the catcher, Ava Breadwell. Now Breadwell will come out and have a chat with Courtney Wallace, as will one of the Nebraska coaches. Again, the Hawkeyes will be at home this weekend hosting the Ohio State Buckeyes. Game 1 is Friday. That'll be a 5 o'clock start. Game 2 Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock, and Game 3 Sunday at noon. 3 games against the Buckeyes, and the Hawks will have a little break next week. They've been playing a lot of softball just from last weekend to the 2 today to 3 more this coming weekend. That's 8 games in about 9 days. Kaylin Kinney is warming up in the Nebraska bullpen. So I'm assuming that she'll either come in at the end of this inning, or if something happens here, if the Hawks can get a couple base hits, or at least one more base hit, head coach Rhonda Ravel will remove Courtney Wallace. Wallace again pitched 3 innings of the first game, only threw 31 pitches, but has gone this far in this game, now through 4.5. Here's a rip by Emma Henderson down the third base line just behind head coach Renee Gillespie. Stepping up to the plate, swinging the bat. Emma, in her first at-bat, grounded out to third base and flew out to Billy Andrews at shortstop in her second at-bat, so she's 0 for 2 in this game. 174 hitter, 4 hits and 25 at-bats. Now here's one that she check swings right back to Courtney Wallace. And Courtney will glove it over to first base, and that is out number 1. Sophia Morris, the scheduled hitter for the Hawks. Watch, this is a bouncer right back to Courtney Wallace. And Sophia, in her first at-bat, struck out, walked in her second at-bat, was stranded at first base. Here's the first pitch to her. Looks like Sammy Diaz has stepped in to the batter's box for the Hawks. Sophomore for the Hawks. And there's the one that she'll bounce right to the third baseman and across the diamond. She'll get Sammy on a ground out. It does move the runner, Kalena Burns, to third base, I believe. 2 outs. Tell you about Sammy Diaz. She was a 208 hitter heading into that at bat. 10 of 48, now 10 of 49. And it becomes Amber DeSena at the plate for the Hawks. Amber bounced back to Courtney Wallace in the circle in her last at bat and doubled and scored back in the second inning, the second run of the game for the Hawks. Here's a check swing that will go foul. So quickly down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes is Amber DeSena. Amber DeSena with a 200 average, 14 of 67 coming into this game. Was 0 for 2 in the last game with a strikeout. Here is the 0-2, called strike 3 on the inside corner. Can't leave it up to the umpire because most of the time he'll ring you up. So for Courtney Wallace, that is 3 strikeouts in the game. But more importantly, that's the third strikeout or the third out of the inning for the Hawks in the bottom of the 5th. We'll go into the top of the 6th. And the Nebraska Cornhuskers, who've scored 2 runs in each of their at-bats, will see if they can do it again in the bottom of the 5th inning. This is Iowa softball. They trail Nebraska 8-3.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa.
Tuesday afternoon from Lincoln, Nebraska, the Hawkeyes and the Nebraska Cornhuskers squaring off in Big Ten softball. The Nebraska Cornhuskers are the only unbeaten team in the Big Ten at 9-0 after winning the first game 14-1 and lead here 8-3. Iowa at the other end of the standings, now at 1-9, tied for 13th place with Michigan State. Long way to go yet in this softball season, although the games are shortening. You know, let me tell you, folks, this is an Iowa softball team that has some really good young talent. They're just trying to get it all put together currently at the plate, out in the field, and the pitching. You just can't expect to come in as a freshman and dominate all the way around, but it's coming, folks. So stepping to the plate for Nebraska is Brooke Andrews. Here is the first pitch from Brianna Vasquez. Andrews hit a home run in her last at-bat, a 2-run home run that chased Ava Bredwell home from first base after she singled. That was a two-out home run, kind of reminiscent of what we did in the first game. Almost all those runs in that first game, all 11 in that top of the third inning, were scored with 2 outs. They just kept sending players to the plate, beating that baseball into gaps, down the lines, got a grand slam home run, and it added up to a lot of runs. Lead it here 8-3. The number 9 hitter is Brooke Andrews. Her younger sister, Billy, is up next. Vasquez ahead on the count at no balls and a strike. Here's the off-speed pitch. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 on Brooke Andrews. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez. Pitch that's up and in on Brooke Andrews. 2 balls and a strike. Brooke Andrews, the sophomore. Here's a pitch that's out and away, so it's 3 balls and 1 strike. In the Rutgers game, she hit a pinch hit home run. During that Rutgers series, that was just a week ago in all 3 games. That's part of the 14-game winning streak that Nebraska has. Here's a swing and a miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Brooke Andrews. Again, she hit a solo home run and they had a sacrifice bunt in her first at-bat, so she's 1 for 1 on the day. Here is the 3-2 that Brooke will lift up into the outfield, sending Briley Klosterman back to the warning track, and she makes the catch for the first out of the bottom of the 5th. Brings up Billy Andrews. Billy popped up to Sophia Morris in her last at-bat, which was the 3rd out of the 3rd inning, but she hit a home run, a 2-run home run, in her second at-bat and got on an error in her first at-bat, has scored 2 runs in this game. Leading home run hitter in the league with 18. Here's one that she'll bounce right off of Amber DeSena, off of her shoulder. Big high-hopping hit. We'll see how they're recorded. They're going to say it's an error on Amber DeSena. So that's 2 errors that have been committed in Billy Andrews at-bats. That Billy Andrews been able to get around on. And it brings up Cam Ybarra. Singled and scored in her last at-bat. Flew out to Nia Carter back in the 2nd inning, and then she singled and scored in her first at-bat. Ahead of the count at 1 ball and no strikes is Cam Ybarra. She's got teammate Billy Andrews on at first base and 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning. Here is the pitch. It's up and away. So 2 balls and no strikes on Cam Ybarra. She's a transfer from Oregon State. She was a Pac-12 all-freshman and all-defensive team back in 2018. So getting her was definitely a benefit, as the ball is a wild pitch. It's going to allow Billy Andrews to get down to second base. The ball bounced a couple of times in front of Marissa Peak and then hit off of Marissa, sending it to her left. 3 balls and no strikes to Ybarra, and she'll take this pitch called strike 1. So 3-1, 8-3 the lead for Nebraska. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1 out. Nebraska at the plate has scored 2 runs in every at-bat to take the 8-3 lead. And now Brianna Vasquez doesn't like something, and she backs away from the pitching rubber. And now, I think they're going to intentionally walk her. Oh, okay, so she got on the rubber and she backed off the rubber, and it becomes an illegal pitch, and so it's a ball, and that'll send Cam Ybarra down to first base. So runners at first and second with 1 out. And it brings up Sydney Gray. Gray singled and scored in their last at-bat. Here's the first pitch to her that's upstairs. She was tagged out at second. She actually is 3 for 3 in the game and has scored 1 run. And here's a pitch that Kalena Burns will race down the first base line and make the catch on Sydney Gray. So that's 2 outs in Nebraska's bottom of the 5th inning. And it brings up Maya Felder. Felder to the right side. And to Maggie Vasa, who makes the play. and that will end the Nebraska Cornhuskers in this bottom of the 5th inning. Get a couple of runners on, can't move them around, but still lead 8-3 as we head into the top of the 6th inning. And when the Hawkeyes come to the plate, they will send the number 7 hitter, Maggie Vasa, to the plate. Maggie hit a solo home run in her last at-bat. We'll see what she can do in this next at-bat. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Hey, coming up on the 23rd of April, that's a Saturday, the Iowa Hawkeye football team will be having its open practice for you to go out and view the upcoming 2022 Iowa Hawkeye football team. That will start about 9:45 at Kinnick Stadium. That's Saturday, April 23rd. I know they did it a year ago, doing it again this year. It just, it's the spring game. It usually draws anywhere from 15 to 20,000 people. I believe that Gary Dolphin will be on the microphone. Rob Brooks probably as well. Don't know if Ed Podolak will be in Iowa City, but probably a pretty good chance that he will be. But that's April 23rd and 9:45 start time for the Iowa Spring scrimmage at the end of their spring drills. We head into the top of the 6th inning. Maggie Vasa will step to the batter's box. She hit a solo home run in her last at-bat to give the Hawks their 3rd run of the game. They trail at 8-3. Maggie Vasa, and I believe that was her first hit as a Hawkeye, so she's 1 for 10, hitting at a mere 100 points. But a good way to get her season started, her career started. Here is the first pitch to her that's called strike 1 right down the middle. Maggie playing second base in this game. That's where she's played before. Here is the 0-1 that she hits on the ground right to Billy Andrews and across the diamond. And the putout. 1 gone in Iowa's top of the 6th inning. Brings up Marissa Peak. So Marissa Peak, the sophomore, steps into the right-handed batter's box, playing behind the plate here in this game. She'll foul one off the instep. Ooh, right off her left shin. Certainly does a little bit painful. So she's walking it off to try to get back to the right-handed batter's box, talking with the athletic trainers. Rubbing that spot right where the contact occurred. Marissa grounded out to Billy Andrews at short in her last at-bat and singled and ended up at second base in her first at-bat. So she's back in the batter's box now. Still going to be a little painful, though, where that softball hit her left shin. She's down on the count at no balls and a strike. Here's the pitch from Courtney Wallace. It's down and in. And again, we haven't even seen Nebraska's top pitcher, Olivia Farrell. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Courtney Wallace. And it's a pitch that's called strike 2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Olivia on the season with a 15-4 record. Courtney with 11-4 coming into this game. She did get the win, so she's at 12-4. Here is the 1-2 to Marissa. She gets it up into the air, And racing forward is Billy Anders. Boy, she gets a great jump on those pop-ups headed towards the left field line. And it's the second out of the inning. Riley Moss will step to the left-handed batter's box. Slap hitter out of Muscatine. Riley, in her first two at-bats, she grounded out to, well, we're going to have a pinch hitter. Here's Anna Henderson. Anna on the first pitch. Lines one out to left field for a base hit. That's Anna Henderson. Nice pitch. Down and in. She got around on it. And Anna Henderson at the top of the sixth inning will give the Hawks a 2-out single. Anna Henderson coming into that at-bat had only 1 hit in 9 at-bats, so she now with 2 hits in 10 at-bats. And running for her is Riley Moss. Moss will re-enter and run for herself. And it's Briley Klosterman at the top of the order for the Hawks. Briley having a good game. 2 for 2. 2 for 3, that is. 2 singles. And the first pitch is called strike one. We're in the top of the 6th inning. And the Nebraska Cornhuskers leading 8-3. They've scored 2 in every at-bat except for the last one that they were at the plate. They won the first game 14-1 in 5 innings. Here is the 0-1. Now becomes no balls and 2 strikes on that outside corner. Brody going to have to be very protective here. Get that bat around, look for the right pitch to hit, to drive, but fight off all those pitches that might be close. Here's the 0-2 from Courtney Wallace. And this pitch is down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Briley now with 7 multi-hit games on the season with 2 here today. 2 hits in this game. And she continues, well, she had a short 3-game hitting streak broken after not getting a hit in the last game. Here's one that she'll hit right to second base, and it rolls off of the second baseman's glove right up her arm. That is Cam Ybarra, and that'll put Briley Klosterman on first base after the error. It does move Roddy Moss onto second base, and 2 outs, 2 on, and it brings up Nia Carter. Nia, in her last at-bat, flew out to left field, so she is 1 for 3 on the day. Here she bunts, and she bunts it foul. Nia's had a number of hitting streaks this season. She had a 7-game hitting streak from February 13 in the Pittsburgh game all the way to February 25 at the North Florida game. So it was Pittsburgh, South Dakota State, DePaul, Riverside, California, San Diego, Oregon State, and North Florida. She had at least 1 hit. Here is the 0-1 to her. This one she'll line fouled on the left field line. Then she went hitless against Notre Dame. Then she went on a 4-game hitting streak. Had 2 2-hit games against Princeton and Cornell and singles against Indiana State, Memphis. Had a no-hit game against Butler. And then she went on a 8 of 9 hitting streak, including 6 games in a row. And that included the 5 hits she had against Houston, which tied a school record. She's now down on the count of a ball and 2 strikes in this at-bat. She's got teammates at first and second. That's Riley Klosterman at first and Riley Moss at second. 2 outs, Nia Carter at the plate. Here's the 1-2 that's down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So coming into the last game, into the first game of this doubleheader, Nia Carter was on a 4-game hitting streak, got a hit last game, so that's 5 games. And she now up to a 6-game hitting streak with a hit here in this game. Here is the 2-2 that she'll bounce fouled on the first base line. Hanging tough is Nia Carter. That's what those slap hitters are. They get that bat around, foul off a lot of softballs so they get the right pitch to hit and place it somewhere and go like heck to get there. 2-2 count on Nia Carter. Runners at first and second. 2 gone. Here's the pitch from Wallace. One that Nia gets up into the air. Will it fall? It does, out in the right center field, and it goes past the center fielder, Caitlin Neal. 1 run is in. A second run is going to score, and Nia Carter with a triple, a 2-run triple to make it an 8-5 ball game. She placed it beautifully out into right center field, and she just ran as fast as she could go, scoring Brodie Klosterman and Riley Moss, and now it's 8-5. And that'll bring to the plate Kalena Burns. Kalena Burns now to the plate with Nia Carter on at third and 2 outs. Good softball play right here for this Iowa Hawkeye softball team, doing it with 2 outs. Their first 2 batters were a ground out and a fly out. Since then has been a single, an error, and a triple, 2 RBI triple, and now Kalena Burns at the plate. Burns walked in her last at-bat, stranded at third, got on an error in her second at-bat, and hit a sacrifice fly that scored Brodie Klosterman back in the first inning. Down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. It's an 8-5 game. Nebraska with the lead. Here's a pitch that's down and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kalena, 3 multi-hit games this season. All of them 2-hit games. Last year she had 5 multi-hit games. She had 4 3-hit games a year ago and 1 2-hit game. She had 4 home runs last year. She has that here already through the first game. Now she hits one out to right center field. Going to score another run. And Kalena Burns going to end up at second base. A double for Kalena Burns scores Nia Carter from third base, and Iowa with 3 runs here in this top of the 6th inning. She got a nice pitch to hit and went with it to the opposite field and hits it beyond the center fielder, Caitlin Neal, and in front of the right fielder as well, Brooke Andrews. And Nia Carter easily scores from third base. Here comes the rally from the Iowa Hawkeyes, see if they can't keep it going. And now I believe that head coach Rhonda Ravel is going to make a pitching change. We'll see who she brings in. Courtney Wallace went this far. Yeah, it's going to bring Kaylin Kinney in to pitch against Emma Henderson, the scheduled hitter. We'll see if Devin Greer doesn't bat. Greer's been pitching. But the Hawkeyes with 3 runs here in this top of the 6th inning to close the gap to 8-6. Nice to see this turnaround by the Hawks in this second game. Game 1 really was a masterpiece by Wisconsin. They scored 3 in their first at-bat and then would score 11 in their third at-bat to take the 14-0 lead, and they just played good defense to get to that 5th inning when Iowa could only score 1 more run, and the run rule came into play at 14-1 after 5 at-bats for the opposing team or wherever it was at in the game, whoever was at bat, and it was Iowa. And it's a 14-1 win for Nebraska to remain unbeaten in the Big Ten heading into this game. And the Hawks started this game with a run in their first at-bat. They scored another run in their second at-bat after Nebraska would score 2 in the first, 2 in their second, 2 in their third, and 2 in their fourth to take the 8-3 lead. And Iowa scores 3 now here to make it an 8-6 lead. So Kaylin Kinney will come in to pitch for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. In the first game, Kinney was through 2 innings, gave up a hit, a run, it was earned, and she did strike out 1. Coming into this 2-game series, she had only pitched 29 innings anyway, but had given up 35 hits, 24 runs, and 19 of them earned. So she certainly is a hittable pitcher. Kaylin Kinney with a 4.59 ERA. Taking a look at Emma Henderson at the plate. Here's the first pitch from Kinney. It's down and in. Emma Henderson is 0 for 3. Has a teammate in Kalena Burns at second base. Hawks with 3 runs in already to make it an 8-6 game. Here is the pitch from Kaylin Kinney, one that Henderson will bounce right to third base, and Gray across the diamond. And that will end the Hawks here in this top of the third. But Iowa gets 3 more. They make it 8-6. We head into the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be the number 5 hitter, Abby Squire, at the plate when play resumes. Again, it is the Nebraska Cornhuskers 8, the Iowa Hawkeyes 6. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home broken-hearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committing to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available. No referral is needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sportsmedicine. Thank you to the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics for being a part of our broadcast here today. U of I Sports Medicine, very important part of any athletic program, any athletic department is that sports medicine. You got to get those athletes injured, get them healed as quickly as possible, depending on the injury that they have, and back into competition, because that's what they want to do. That's what leads that athletic department, is a full-fledged, full staff, very healthy athletic group of athletes. Into the bottom of the 6th inning, Abby Squire will come to the plate. We'll see if Bree Vasquez is still in the circle for Iowa. Okay, so now they're in a tornado warning that has been issued for Seward, Nebraska, Valparaiso, Nebraska, Garland, Nebraska, until 7:15. That's for 20 minutes from now. Well, usually it's a 30-minute delay when you see lightning, but I think with a tornado warning, I think they're going to go even further than that. So they're going to be into a weather delay. Get that clarified for you. From Lincoln, Nebraska now, I knew they were supposed to get some rain and some chances for some severe weather out of Nebraska. And of course, you got to keep everybody healthy, fans alike. You want to get them out there and have the opportunity, or be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So it is a lightning delay as we were moving into the bottom of the 6th inning, which would be at about 6:56. So they can't start for 30 minutes. So to be 7:56 or 7:26 by the time they get things ignited again and started again. So what's going to happen is, folks, I'll give you a little recap of what's going on what has happened and where we're at right now, then I'm going to turn it over to some music for a while until I know that we can get things restarted. If we do, it's hard to say what's happening out there with the weather in Lincoln, Nebraska, that could possibly be ongoing for the next hour, 2 hours. It's hard to say, depending on where they're at with the weather, where those clouds are moving in from. All right, so game number one went to the Nebraska Cornhuskers by the score of 14-1. It was pretty much a blowout almost from the beginning, as Nebraska scored 3 in the bottom of the first inning. And then they scored 11 in the bottom of the third inning to take a 14-0 lead. Iowa would get a solo home run from Kalena Burns to make it 14-1. Couldn't get anything across in the fifth inning to close the gap and not have the run rule apply, in which it did, to a 14-1 game and win for Nebraska to send them to 29-9 and 9-0 in the Big Ten. The winning pitcher was Courtney Wallace. She went 3 innings, gave up a hit, struck out 1, faced 10 batters, only threw 31 pitches. The losing pitcher was Vasquez. Started the game at a 2 innings pitched, 4 hits. She gave up 3 runs. 3 of them were earned. She was then replaced by Denali Lecker, who went 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 7 hits, 9 runs. All were earned. She gave up the grand slam. 2 walks and a strikeout. She faced 11 batters. Catherine Cerner we saw for a third of an inning, and Emma Henderson we saw for a full inning. But nevertheless, a 14-1 win for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Iowa fell to 18-19 and 1-9 in the Big Ten. And heading into game number 2 is where we are right now. The Hawks started the game with a run in the top of the first inning as Brade Klosterman would single. She was sacrificed home by Kalena Burns to take the 1-0 lead, and then Nebraska would score 2 in the bottom of its first inning to take a 2-1 lead. Iowa would score 1 in the top of the second to tie the game at 2. Double by Amber DeSena and a single by Marissa Peak would score DeSena, and then Nebraska would come back and score 2 more in the bottom of the second to take a 4-2 lead. Iowa would not score in the third, but they would get the bases loaded. In the bottom of the third, Nebraska would score 2 to take a 6-2 lead. In the top of the fourth, the Hawks would get a solo home run from Maggie Vasha. Left a runner on base, but make it a 6-3 ball game. And then in the bottom of the fourth inning, Nebraska would score twice and make it an 8-3 game. Iowa comes back in the top of the 6th inning after nothing in the 5th inning and scores 3 times to make it 8-6. And that's where we stand right now in a weather delay out in Lincoln, Nebraska. A tornado warning had been issued, but that was for like 30 miles away from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm not quite sure in the direction that it's moving, but a lightning delay has halted play for now with about probably another 25 minutes or so. I'll keep you abreast to the time frame that's going to be happening, as if they'll be able to get this game finished or not. Hard to say that they will or will not. If they have another delay that'll push it back to 8, I'm assuming that they might just call it, but I can't predict what's going to happen. So you hang on tight. It's 8-6 in the second game, and we're going to be headed into the bottom of the 6th inning if play can resume as quickly as it possibly can. I'll be back with you here shortly. Okay, friends, those of you that are still waiting around for the continuation of this softball game between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Nebraska Cornhuskers of game number 2. It has been called because the weather doesn't seem to be improving in Lincoln at all. So it was an 8-6 score that would have been heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. It's going to revert back to an 8-3 score, so the 3 runs that the Hawkeyes put up in the top of the 6th inning will not count, so the final score will be 8-3 through 5 innings. So it was a doubleheader win for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, and they will go to 10-0 in the Big Ten and 30-9 overall, winning game 1 14-1 in 5 innings and winning the second game due to weather delay and no chance really to get it back on the field at any point with the weather improving. So that is going to be an 8-3 game in 5 innings, won by Nebraska. So the Hawkeyes will be coming home. They will head to Bob Pearl Field for a weekend series against the Ohio State Buckeyes. That'll begin Friday afternoon. That'll be at 5 o'clock. And Saturday's game is a 2 o'clock start time, but it will also be on KXIC radio. We'll be taking the air at about 10 minutes before the hour of 2 o'clock for Iowa and Ohio State. That would be the second game. And the third game will be Sunday at noon. So I thank you for your patience here in the last little bit of an hour because of the weather delay, but the officials have deemed it inappropriate to play. The field was not able to play. The weather wasn't going to improve at all. So Nebraska will win it 8-3 in 5 innings and 14-1 also in 5 innings, a doubleheader win for Nebraska. And I'll look forward to speaking with you Friday afternoon, a little bit before the hour of 5 o'clock right here on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network. I'm Jerry Koala. You have yourself a great rest of the week, and we'll talk to you again real soon with Iowa Hawkeye softball.